If you have already watched this introductory information, you can skip ahead no more than 10 minutes. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis due to a bird strike into Busch Stadium. In the area code 314, it will be a burning bush, as described in Exodus 3:14, on November 27th, 2024. She will be replaced by Michelle Obama, and then Barack Obama will replace Michelle. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on November 8th, 2024. I am predicting that former President Jimmy Carter will die on November 17th. It is predicted that President Trump will die from a heart attack on December 12th, 2024. It is also predicted that Trump's heart attack will be triggered by a directed energy weapon that will target Trump through Bluetooth technology. The components inside the pointy thing that Trump took will facilitate this, and it is believed that when Barack Obama is sitting next to Trump at Jimmy Carter's funeral, Obama will obtain Trump's Bluetooth MAC address, which will be used to target Trump with a directed energy weapon. I am predicting that dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on December 16th. I am predicting that Israel will bomb Iran on December 17th. Israel will nuke and completely destroy Damascus, Syria on December 26th, 2024. It is predicted that after Kamala Harris's death in a plane crash, Joe Biden will appoint Michelle Obama as his vice president. On December 17th, the Democrat Party will use their electoral votes to make Michelle Obama the president-elect. It is predicted that on either December 22nd or 25th, Joe Biden will suffer a stroke. It is predicted that on December 26th, 2024, Joe Biden will step down and Vice President Michelle Obama will become the 47th president. It is predicted that on December 26th, Michelle Obama will appoint Barack Obama as the 51st vice president. On January 12th, 2025, Michelle Obama will step down and Barack Obama will become the 48th president. His public inauguration ceremony will be on January 20th, 2025. It is predicted that on April 20th, 2025, there will be an outbreak of monkeypox or Marburg disease or both. April 20th will be a symbolic beginning to a new pandemic. June 8th, 2025, the true Feast of Pentecost in the calendar that watches for new moons, will be the day of the resurrection rapture event. It is predicted that on June 9th, the day after the rapture, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the fifth trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens, and it is possible that June 9th will be the day Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist and 5G frequencies. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. It is predicted that on August 6th, 2025, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. The reason for this is that Niagara Falls is Noah's flood symbolism, and the barge was involved in the most dramatic rescue in the history of Niagara Falls, symbolic of Noah's Ark. Niagara in the native language means straight, narrow way, and Niagara's Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the CN Tower in downtown Toronto, because Toronto and its tower are symbolic of the Tower of Babel. In a game of horseshoes, the object is to aim the horseshoe and throw it at the metal stick, which is why the Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the metal stick that is the CN Tower. God is communicating that as testament for those who will live in the 1,000 years of Christ's reign on earth, the geography of North America will, as a result of a massive earthquake, be divided by a body of water from the Great Lakes to the Mississippi Delta. This destruction will be judgment on America and Canada for attempting to divide God's land, Israel. When this happens, the water in the Great Lakes will spill out over southern Ontario and Toronto. I am predicting that a solar flare will erupt on the surface of the sun and send a coronal mass ejection that will hit Earth on August 13th, 2025, which will knock out America's power grid and will lead to food shortages. The hit of the coronal mass ejection, predicted for August 13th, that will knock out the power grid will also knock many planes out of the sky. I am predicting that on August 23rd, 2025, there will be a catastrophic asteroid hit of Earth, which will trigger the eruption of Yellowstone volcano and will cause the volcano in the Canary Islands to collapse into the Atlantic Ocean and send a mega tsunami towards the east coast. The asteroid will also trigger a mega landslide on Hawaii Island that will trigger a mega tsunami that will hit the west coast. It will also trigger the collapse of the Hoover Dam, which will cause a water panic in California, and many other devastating earthquakes. The day of the Lord, the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, Judgment Day, will be on the Day of Atonement, October 1st, 2025. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Make a note right now of these alternative platforms that you can find me on, in case you can't find me later. All right, it is now after October 30th, and like I will explain, we expected signs on this date to reveal adding 5 days. In this Game 5, it was in fact the last game of the World Series, as it was thought it might be. And anyway, that confirmed the 5 days, and that got us to this date, November 4th. And the signs on this date confirmed all of the analysis, which will be explained in the Jimmy Carter videos. This was the day of the death of the king of music, Quincy Jones. And that revealed adding 13 days to get the date. It is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on November 17th. It is amazing, but it will be explained in the Jimmy Carter videos. If you have already watched this introductory information regarding this explanation for October 30th and Paul Simon, you can skip ahead to the 43-minute mark. All right, welcome. This brief introduction here, the purpose of this diagram here is to explain how October 30th, 2024 will be a step. This is being recorded on October 25th. October 30th will be a step in the trail of signs that is leading to the predicted date of Paul Simon's death. The singer-songwriter Paul Simon is predicted to die on November 8th. And October 30th is an important, extremely important step along the way. I will explain what I mean. The playoffs, or rather the World Series between the New York Yankees and Los Angeles Dodgers, will begin tonight. It was predicted before the playoffs that these two teams would be in the World Series. The purpose of this prediction, or rather video, is to explain how October 30th was known ahead of time to be pointed to by God as being related to the trail of signs leading to the predicted death of singer-songwriter Paul Simon. There are a number of videos that are on this channel that are predicting this date, October 30th, explaining all of the evidence that God used to point ahead of time to October 30th, which is overwhelming, regarding the death of Paul Simon. It was learned last night that it is, or will be, a step in the trail of signs. All of the analysis is 100% correct. I guarantee it. There will be a prophetic sign on October 30th that will be relevant to Paul Simon. And I am more than confident that it will be a baseball sign. That is because, and it will be a New York Yankees sign, and that is because Paul Simon is known to be an avid New York Yankees baseball fan. But more than that, God has used Paul Simon in New York Yankees baseball signs. For example, this date right here, the opening day of the 1999 season, when Paul Simon sang before the game began in center field of Yankee Stadium, Mrs. Robinson. That is because one of the lyrics in Mrs. Robinson is about Joe DiMaggio, who had just died prior to the opening of the season. Okay? And Paul Simon is now predicted to die on November 8th, which will be exactly 1,335 weeks after this date. This is extremely prophetic. This is it's a period of time that is 1,335 days, that is at the end of the last chapter of the book of Daniel, that regards the end and the return of Lord Jesus Christ, the end of the age. Okay? And that's what we're talking about. The timing of Paul Simon's death is a major prophetic sign, or will be, because he is symbolism for the brief period of silence that John heard in heaven that preceded the judgments of destruction. Paul Simon's first big hit that launched his career was Sound of Silence. In Revelation chapter 8:1, the sound of silence was heard before the judgment destruction, and that's why Paul Simon will die on the date E11:8, which hints at Revelation 8:1. Furthermore, this date outside of the U.S. is written as 8:11. And also, God used the dates 8:10 and 8:11, August 10th and 11th this year, for precisely the same reason, as a step in the trail of science to this date, the date it's predicted that Paul Simon will die. Okay, now I want to make this video as brief as possible because I just want to make this video an explanation for how October 30th is a step in the trail to November 8th. Again, I'm going to place this introduction at the beginning of videos that will be talking about October 30th. Okay, and the analysis is 100% correct. And what you need to know is this is how it works. The skeptic will say, oh, you just, pick a bunch of dates and you're finally going to get right sooner or later. That's ridiculous, first of all. Paul Simon is only 83. It could be another 10 years before he dies. And second of all, it's not every date, as you can see, And furthermore, when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove what I'm saying. And the reasons for how I know ahead of time will prove it. But also, I'm also predicting that Jimmy Carter will die 4 days before the death of Paul Simon. And to get the deaths of these two men right, that's beyond anything comprehensible, really. Okay? And Jimmy Carter will die in the fourth state, which is why the 4 days. One reason. We want to keep this brief, okay? It's also 2 + 2 days. He has 22 grandchildren. He is symbolism for Methuselah in the Bible, who was the grandfather of Noah. Methuselah died at the timing of the flood beginning, the beginning of the judgment, and the name Methuselah means when he dies, destruction. Both of these men are symbolic of the timing of the beginning of judgment, destruction of America. Following the sound of silence in Revelation 8:1 and the rest of the chapter of chapter 8 begins the 7 trumpet judgments, which is why Paul Simon's last album released was 7 Psalms, and it's exactly 77 weeks before it is predicted that Paul Simon will die. The release of 7 Psalms is released 77 weeks exactly to the date Paul Simon is predicted to die, and his death will symbolize the sound of silence that will be followed by the 7 trumpet judgments, hence the name 7 Psalms. And by the way, he was instructed in a dream to make 7 Psalms. He was told the name of it and everything, as he explains. This date of Paul Simon's death will be exactly 7 months after this 77 weeks connection to the date of the rapture on Pentecost in the true calendar that watches for new moons. This will be symbolic of Bridge Over Troubled Water, the rapture. His big song, Bridge Over Troubled Water, is symbolic of the rapture. In the Bible, the Israelites took the promised land, which is symbolic of taking heaven, the promised land, after a symbolic 3 sets of 7, and furthermore, the 3 sets of 7 was really a 7 and a 7 and a 7. I mean, a 7 and a 7 times 7, or a 7 and a 7, 7, which is exactly what's displayed here, illustrated. through God's signs. Okay. The album Seven Psalms was released when Paul Simon was 81 years old, which is further confirmation that this Seven Psalms album hints at the seven trumpet judgments following Revelation 8:1 that describes the brief period of silence that was observed in heaven, which is again why the song that launched Paul Simon's career is Sound of Silence. And so here we have the timing of Paul Simon's death and Jimmy Carter's death communicating from God the timing of the beginning of the judgment destruction of specifically America, because God is primarily focused on America. By the way, that's why two of Paul Simon's big hits were the songs America and American Tune, the latter of which Paul Simon sang at Jimmy Carter's pre-inaugural ball. And again, in God's Signs, which is explained more in the Carter videos, Jimmy Carter is symbolism for Methuselah. Methuselah in the Bible died at the timing of the flood judgment, and the name Methuselah means when he dies, destruction. Jimmy Carter will die on this 11-4 date, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44, and therefore hints at the 44th president. Furthermore, it will be the 4 times 4th anniversary of the election of the 44th president. And it will also be the prophetic anniversary of the beginning of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis, which was the last 444 days of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Jimmy Carter will also die in the 4th state, and this is why 4 days from the death of Methuselah, Jimmy Carter, which means when he dies, destruction, will be the death of Paul Simon, who will point to the sound of silence that directly precedes the 7 trumpet judgments. This is what this is. This period of sound of silence, this symbolism, is this 11 plus 8 days. From the date that Paul Simon is predicted to die, 11/8, it is 11 plus 8 days to the date it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash into a baseball stadium as she is homeward bound to her mansion in Los Angeles the day before Thanksgiving. And through her death will be the rise of the Antichrist through her replacement. The 44th president will ultimately become the president again because of her death. Okay, and so this is astounding because this 11 plus 8 days hints at Revelation 8:1. From the death of the singer who sang Sound of Silence, which points to Revelation 8:1 and the sound of silence in heaven, it is 11 plus 8 days to the beginning of the destruction. This is exactly what God will be communicating with the death of Paul Simon. This brief period of sound of silence before the judgment destruction begins, which will begin with the death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash. 7 Psalms was released 530 days, 53. The reciprocal of it is 0.0188, which is the number God frequently uses, 188, to hint at H188, the 188th word in Strong's Hebrew Bible Concordance, which is the word that means woe, exclamation mark, used in the context of extreme judgment from God. This connects to this date here, which is the predicted date of the prophetic expected, predicted in advance sign involving the New York Yankees player Aaron Judge, as in 188 used in the context of judgment. His number is 99, and in the Bible, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. That's why prophetically his name is Judge. All right. This will all be pointing to, as explained in the must-watch video I titled, Harris Will Crash into Ballpark. Her plane will crash into a baseball stadium on November 27th. Simon will die on November 8th equals Obama's first pitch. Okay, in Bible prophecy, or rather in God's signs, pitchers on the pitching mound are symbolic of the Antichrist on the Temple Mount. Obama wore jersey number 5 in his prophetic first pitch that he threw, which I explain in this video. All right? Paul Simon is associated with the number 5 in God's signs. There's so many examples. His name, Paul Simon, is equal to 500 in Hebrew gematria, and the Antichrist's word in Greek is the 500th word in the concordance, mentioned 5 times. Paul Simon released this 7 Psalms album exactly 500 months after the prophetic reunion concert in Central Park that attracted 500,000 people. With Art Garfunkel, he made 5 albums, the 5th of which won 5 Grammys. Paul Simon is mansion symbolism. He sings about the mansion in Graceland, which sits on 14 acres, which is the 5th semi-prime number. And ultimately, this points to the White House mansion that is on 5 acres. Paul Simon sang Graceland in the White House mansion on the date 410, which is at 14, the 5th semi-prime number. And on, as I explain in other videos. And that's why this date that is related to Paul Simon is a game 5. And it is 5 days before the predicted death of Jimmy Carter. Paul Simon sang at Jimmy Carter's inauguration ball. Okay? This date is exactly 5 weeks after this Paul Simon sign, which was expected in advance, explained in other videos, the indictment of the mayor of New York. And that was the day after Paul Simon gave a private concert in New York City, a rare thing for him to do at the age of 82. Okay, and on. Okay. Ultimately, this is leading to 5th trumpet day, the day after the rapture, June 9th, which will be when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm, and there will be a symbolic beginning to a mass demonic possession, which will be facilitated by 5G frequencies. Music is frequencies. A phrase in the Bible says that Satan is the prince of the power of the air. Frequencies are air. Frequencies are in the air. They travel through the air. Music, 5G frequencies, will trigger the components that are inside people who have taken the mark of the Antichrist, the pointy thing, which will then trigger delta brain waves and mass demonic possession, which is symbolized, or rather the movie The Shining is about demonic possession, and the first lyric of Paul Simon's song Graceland is the Mississippi Delta, as in delta brainwaves, was shining like a national guitar, and Paul Simon dated Shelley Duvall and is widely known to have broken up with her at the airport, as in portals through which demons will cross over into the earthly realm, before she left for the UK to film the movie The Shining, and on, as I explain in other videos. So that's the relevance of the number 5, okay? Paul Simon is predicted to die on the day of the prophetic funeral of Jimmy Carter, and as I explained in other videos, Barack Obama will be sitting next to Trump in the pew, lined up, and Barack Obama will obtain Trump's Bluetooth MAC address that people have because Trump took the thing, and people who have taken the thing, the components inside the thing that are in the people, engender a Bluetooth MAC address. This will be used to Trump's Bluetooth MAC address will be used to target Trump with a directed energy weapon. And it's 54 days because of this 5 and 4 days connection, but also the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, which God has used and demonstrated in his signs to be symbolic of oppressive minority laws. And the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, the first black regiment, as in the first black president, were not paid the equivalent amount the white northern soldiers were paid And this was official policy from Washington, D.C., and it was $13 because 13 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist because it is described in the 13th chapter of the Bible, but also the number 13 in the Bible is symbolic of the Antichrist. And anyway, the Antichrist will use digital programmable currencies, which is why the amount of pay was the story of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, the first Civil War black regiment, and the pay that they weren't received, and that's why digital programmable currency by the Antichrist and the Antichrist system will be used to program the currency to restrict the buying and selling of food that will be rationed to only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist. I'm trying to do this quickly, okay? This was a prophetic baseball sign. Otani, this unprecedented player who's from Japan, God is using Japan for Japanese animation symbolism because the genre of film is obsessed with spiritual possession, and we are talking about mass demonic possession, the culture with their silly, nonsensical characters are symbolic of demons. It's rooted in their pagan spiritualist religion. And anyway, this was the day that Otani, this unprecedented player from Japan, playing for the Los Angeles Angels, as in fallen angels, Los Angeles in God's sign, since it fallen angels, he was the first player to ever hit 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases in the season. And this is exactly 50 days to November 8th. Okay, but it is also connected. The trail of signs connects this date to October 30th. And the point that I'm going at here is that because, okay, so he also hit 51 home runs and 51 stolen bases in this day, and 5 + 1 days gets us to this date, which is then exactly 5 weeks to this date, this Game 5 sign that we are expecting. Okay? And so, in other words, this sign connects to October 30th, and what I am doing is, as in this video, explaining that October 30th is a step. And you need to watch the rest of this video because this is how it works. If God were to, okay, here is the thing. If God were to just tap a person on the shoulder and say, tell the world that such and such is going to happen on such and such date, it would provide nothing for us. It is through the interconnected signs of it is through these connections, through the prophetic signs. And by the way, none of the prophetic signs can be properly, fully understood without their context and connections with the other prophetic signs, which is only being explained on this channel. And it is through these connected trails of signs that God is able to tell stories and reveal extremely important knowledge and information that everyone needs to know. That's why when the prediction comes to pass, the wise person will recognize that every minute of every video on this channel must be watched. That is the point. Now, I'm just going to finish this up here, explaining how October 30th was a step, the date that this video is being posted proves that I am producing this video ahead of time. I just slipped there because I take these things so for granted in my mind that I use the past tense, okay? Now, this date, let's see, what else should we get at here? Now, I'm predicting that on this date, something will happen regarding Aaron Judge, and it will point to the World Series in 1977, which is explained in the Obama first pitch video that I just mentioned. Now, the thing too, though, is that this date is exactly 99 weeks after this Aaron Judge sign, which, by the way, was expected in advance. Well, rather, I expected a sign related to the coming prediction of the dirty bomb explosion in Manhattan on this date. And then the player for New York City, number 99, Aaron Judge, signed his prophetic 9-year contract for $360 million. Now, this was known ahead of time. One reason being is that it was exactly 9 times 9 years after the bombings in Pearl Harbor. Okay? So that's why 9 times 9 years later, we get number 99, 9-year contract. Also 81, which is 9 times 9, is a 911 number because 9 divided by 11 is 0.8181 into infinity, and the flight that hit the first tower had 81 passengers. 360 million hints at 3 sixes, and 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. And also 36 is 6 times 6 and 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6. And the 36 is a triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number of the 36 row is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way to 36 equals 666. And this is then followed with 36 days, but this connection is 60 plus 0.00 plus 60.00 plus 60.00% of a year. Okay. And so that gets us to this date in which it is predicted that Aaron Judge, number 99, will give us a prophetic sign, which will be very prophetic, but the more to this is explained in the first pitch video, okay, that explains much more regarding what's going on here. This is just an introduction video. Now, this date, by the way, is also exactly 19,000 days after the day that Jackie Robinson died, and this is a World Series that will be pointing to this rivalry between the New York Yankees and Los Angeles Dodgers, which included Jackie Robinson. But this is relevant because of Paul Simon's song, Mrs. Robinson. As I mentioned here, he sang in the baseball stadium in Yankee Stadium, but also Michelle Robinson, which is the prophetic reason for the song Mrs. Robinson by Paul Simon, who God is using for prophetic signs, because Michelle Robinson will appoint Barack Obama as her vice president, and then she will step down. This will all be after Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash into a baseball stadium. Okay, so, and he wore 42, the number that symbolizes the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. Okay, and let's see, anything else here? We got 45 days to the day of Paul Simon's concert in New York City. This 1,305 number is about the number 45 because it follows the 1,290 number, a difference of 45 days in that prophecy. And also 45 is symbolic of the end, as is this number. 45, the reciprocal of it is 0.02222 into infinity, and which hints at the second coming. But also 0.022 hints at the mark of the Antichrist, because the mark of the Antichrist is symbolized by the number 22 in the book of Ezekiel chapter 9, and the 45 is the ninth triangular number. In Ezekiel chapter 9, the mark of the Antichrist would have been a Tav letter, the last and 22nd letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and the mark of the Antichrist is described in the last book of the Bible, which is the 22nd out of 22 books of the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. One last thing here, too, is that this date here, the day that Paul Simon sang in New York City, was exactly 32,200 days after Joe DiMaggio crashed into player number 4, Goose Goslin. This gives us a number 4 and 5 because Joe DiMaggio wore number 5. And that is ultimately hinting at this connection here, which gets us this 5 weeks connection to this date, and then 5 days to this date, and then so this is 45 right here, there's a 45 right here, this hints at 45, but also Joe DiMaggio gives us a 5, okay, and this is game 5, and then 5 days, okay, and it's also 5 days after this prophetic baseball sign right here. Okay, now the reason why this is prophetic is because they collided in center field. Paul Simon sang in center field, okay, and this caused Joe DiMaggio to be knocked unconscious, and that's why this is famous. Okay, but it was with Goose Goslin, another Hall of Famer, and Goose hints at a bird, and Kamala Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash into a baseball stadium in center field after a bird strike. The reason why 32,200 days is because Joe DiMaggio is associated with Marilyn Monroe, and Marilyn Monroe is known for having died at a young age. And she is known for her 2 movies in which the theme is immortality. The first lie told at the beginning of the age is that Eve told by the serpent in the garden that she surely shall not die, which is symbolized by Genesis 3:22, hence the 32,200 days exact connection. Okay, because all of this is leading to the coming lie at the end of the age, which will be the same lie as the lie at the beginning of the age in Genesis 3:22, which is that the promise of immortality without God, promised by the coming demons pretending to be aliens. Okay, and so we'll just leave it at that, I believe. Now, Paul Simon is predicted to die on 11/8, which is 11 plus 8 days before the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a baseball stadium, which will be symbolized by homeward bound. She will be homeward bound to her $5 million mansion next to the I-5, and Paul Simon, who is associated with the number 5, had a big hit, Homeward Bound, okay? And that's amazing. But it is also 19 days, and ultimately this points to the 1919 Black Sox, hence the first pitch that Obama threw for the Chicago White Sox when in the year in 2005, when they won the World Series for the first time since 1919. But also this 19,000 days in turn connects with 9 days and then 19 days to the day that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash, and then she will be replaced by Mrs. Michelle Robinson, hence Mrs. Robinson, and about Joe DiMaggio, who was number 5 and who crashed in center field with Goose Goslin. Okay, so I think you get the idea here. October 30th is a step in the trail of signs. Now, make sure that you watch the rest of this video. As I said, this is just an introduction, and as I explained, the reason for all of this and the reason why October 30th will be a step in the trail of signs is so that you can learn all of the stories and thereby the information and extremely important knowledge that God wants everyone to know. This is the purpose of all of this elaborate matrix of signs. It is for him to tell these stories that are only being told on this channel. Make sure you watch the rest of this video. All right, to emphasize once more, this video was produced prior to October 30th. Even what I am saying is prior to October 30th. And it is known now that October 30th will not be the day that Paul Simon will die, but instead will be an important step in the trail of signs that is leading to the predicted date of Paul Simon's death. So do not be confused when you are watching the rest of this video when there is mention of connections to October 30th, implying that Paul Simon will die on October 30th. You now know how it works, okay? And so don't be confused in the rest of this video when we talk about October 30th in regards to the death of Paul Simon. It is a step, and all of the analysis for October 30th is 100% correct. That will be proven when the prediction comes to pass on November 8th. Okay, a couple other things that I forgot here. This Paul Simon related sign, the indictment of the mayor of New York, which ended up with the raid of the Gracie Mansion, which is a Graceland Mansion, and Paul Simon and all that. This is 44 days. We're ultimately talking about the rise of the 44th president through the plane crash. And 44 days is also 2 times 22 days. And through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington, who was born on the date 2/22, which is why, for example, the World Health Organization officially declared the CVD disease begins with a pan, ends with a demic, exactly 222 months after 9/11 on March 11th, 2020. And another thing I forgot, if there is a Game 7, it will be 6 days, which is 2 times 3 days, and Barack Obama, the basketball president, wore jersey number 23 in high school. It'll be that Paul Simon will die 6 days later, if there is a Game 7. And that, in turn, will be exactly 6 weeks. After this prophetic Dodgers sign in Dodger Stadium, and this, if there is a Game 7, will be in Dodger Stadium. And this was the day that Trump dodged another debate because that was after the other debate, which was rigged. And there was a prophetic fire right beside Dodger Stadium that was seen from the seats in the stadium during the game, and on, as I explained in another video. But it was at an old courthouse, which is symbolic of the coming shoplifted referendum and all of that, right? But also this 6 weeks is 42 days, and player number 42, Jackie Robinson, played his career with the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's also why this will be relevant. If there is a Game 7, there could be something more that will point back to Jackie Robinson, and if so, it will be a hint at Michelle Robinson, who will bring appoint Barack Obama as her vice president, and then step down and make Barack Obama the president. By the way, what I really meant to say regarding the significance of the fire of the old courthouse next to the Dodger Stadium, it's communicating the upcoming constitutional crisis. All right, you have made one very, very supremely good decision by clicking this video. This video will explain, this is one of the most important videos for sure. It is so amazing. Words can't describe. You will be blown away from beginning to end. Watch the whole video. This video is predicting the date that Paul Simon will die. This video will explain how it is known, which will be October 30th. This date was also explaining how it is known that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash into a baseball stadium on November 27th. This video is also explaining how it is known that Jimmy Carter will die on November 4th. This video is also explaining how it is known that President Trump will die on January 1st, 2025. This video is also explaining how it is known that Yellowstone volcano will erupt on August 23rd, and there will be an eruption on the sun, 2025, and an eruption on the sun on August 13th, 2025. That will send a coronal mass ejection that will knock out the power grid. And so this video covers a lot. There's so much going on here. The signs that come together here at the end. This is like a pinnacle video, if you will. It's like all the signs. It's just amazing what God has done here. Make sure you watch all of this extremely amazing and very important video. All right, I promise you, this will be one of the most epic videos you have ever watched. Some of the most epic, most profound information you have ever heard. To begin with, please excuse the chaotic looking diagram here. Really, this diagram was produced for my personal notes to be able to comprehend what God is doing. But there is really no point in trying to put this into another diagram with straight lines and a ruler and everything. It's fine the way it is, because I will be explaining everything as we go. All right? And I'll take this step by step. It will be clear. It won't be confusing, even if this diagram looks confusing just at first glance. Just needs to be explained step by step. And you will be amazed. This video will be predicting the date that Paul Simon, the singer, will die on October 30th. It is also predicting the date that President Trump will die. I'll get to that later. It isn't in this diagram, actually. And that is predicted to be on January 1st, 2025. And it is predicting the date, or rather, this diagram is pointing to the date on which it is predicted that Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis into a baseball stadium. And I'll get to why that's relevant to this particular video and diagram in a second. The fact that her crash will be into a baseball stadium. Also, this epic video will be explaining the confirmation that the date of the asteroid that will hit Earth and trigger mega tsunamis that will hit both the west and east coast of America, and the eruption of Yellowstone volcano, and the collapse of the Hoover Dam, and mega earthquakes. This date, August 23rd, is also being pointed to. That's preceded by 10 days for the date on which it is predicted that the coronal mass ejection will hit Earth and knock out America's power grid. All right? On August 13th, 2025. Okay. So where do we begin? This video will be talking about, if you are a Generation X, you will relate to this video in a unique way because of one of the most popular movies of the 20th century, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. But if you are a baby boomer, you may not even recognize the name of that movie. But it won't matter. It'll still be profound because, believe me, it is, and that's why God has used this. You'll get the idea as we go. I'll explain just briefly the plot of the movie and all of that. You'll get it, don't worry. But I'm just saying to the Gen Xers that are listening to this, you are in for a treat here to be able to see what God has done here with this movie. Okay, but if you are, for that matter, a baby boomer or older, you'll appreciate something that my generation won't appreciate as much, which is Milton Berle and Mickey Rooney and baseball before the Los Angeles Dodgers moved to Los Angeles from New York. Okay, so there's so much, and that's how God's signs works. He is essentially bringing every piece of pop culture you can possibly think of to incorporate it into his big picture of signs in order to essentially bring everyone into the big picture. And what I mean by that is, my idea regarding why God does this is that it will touch every person. No one, can say that, well, I'm not a sports fan. I like chess, or for that matter, I like Irish dancing, because believe it or not, those were two major important prophetic signs back in September of 2022. So the point is that, okay, enough said. You get the idea here. Everything is involved with God's big picture of signs. He is trying to reach everyone, if you will. Okay? So where this story begins, I'm going to begin it where it began for me, the uncovering of what God has done here. It all begins with this news story of this pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And his name is Bueller, okay? I forget his first name now, but it's not relevant. Should come to me maybe, but anyway, pitchers on the pitching mound in God's signs, which he uses frequently. Baseball, by the way, is arguably, I hesitate to say the biggest, because God really incorporates movies too. But baseball is extremely important. As James Earl Jones said in the most iconic baseball movie ever made, Field of Dreams, American history is intertwined with baseball, or baseball is intertwined with American history. I mean, baseball really goes back to the early 1800s, right? And that's why God uses baseball. It is the American sport, if you will. And so that's why Paul Simon comes into this, because he is known to be an avid baseball fan. And I'll get to that. I'll get to how this news story regarding this pitcher for the Dodgers actually leads to the date it is predicted that Paul Simon will die. And it's very straightforward and clear. And furthermore, when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove what I am saying is the truth, because this is how the prediction is known. I'm explaining to you how these predictions are known, and therefore the information for how they are known is true, and that is the purpose of the predictions that are from God. It's not for entertainment. It would be one completely different thing for God to tap someone on the shoulder and say to the person, tell the world that this or that is going to happen on this or that date. But that would be somewhat useless. Besides proving that the God of the Bible is the true God, far greater than that is God developing this amazing, elaborate, big picture of end-time signs in order to communicate extremely important knowledge and information through the stories that God is telling. And that's what I am doing here. I'm going to be telling some stories. Like I say, this is one of the most amazing videos. And it'll really bring home this idea, this concept of God reaching back into history to tell these stories for what needs to be known right now. It's so amazing, and when you understand what I'm about to explain, you will appreciate that all of history is in fact one big masterpiece painting that God has been working on for this moment in time that we are now in. It's all relevant. People don't realize how involved God is in the world and in pop culture. He is so involved. It's everywhere. God is everywhere, okay? People know that maybe intellectually, but they don't really know it. And that's what I'm going to do here in this video. I'm going to explain these things and what God has done. Like, for example, just one example, Mickey Rooney. Okay, everyone probably has heard of Mickey Rooney, even if you're a younger person. But did you know that God used this man and his life for prophetic signs? Okay, so it's like that. Now, let's just explain a little bit more about pictures. Pictures on the pitching mound are symbolic of the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy. The Temple Mount, the big day for the Temple Mount, is the Day of Atonement. And that's the day that the ancient Jews would conduct a ritual sacrifice on the Temple Mount involving 2 goats, which are symbolic of the 2 antichrists, incidentally, Pope Francis and Barack Obama. But in the Old Testament, it speaks of atoning for sin for the nation. And it was used on a goat, and a goat is involved, but there's this word in Hebrew that's used that's not correctly or really appreciated in the translation that's used to remove sin. It's the word yada, which actually means to throw away one's sin. And I just learned this recently from Jonathan Kahn. But I've known for years that God has been using these signs involving pictures as symbolism for the Antichrist on the Temple Mount. Well, can you believe it? Pitchers, what do they do on the pitching mound? They wind up and throw the ball away, which is exactly what the Day of Atonement is, and that's all about the Temple Mount. So, all right. So I just thought I'd throw that in there. I just find that so amazing. Now, this pitcher's name is Bueller, and on this day, September 28th, Bueller had his watch stolen. He had it stolen at a racetrack, a horse racing track. Now, there's so many things here. Okay, first of all, racetracks, whether it be a car racing track or a horse racing track, are a circuit. And the competitors go around the track in a circle, in a circuit. And that's symbolism for the book of Joshua, when the Israelites marched around Jericho in a circuit before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment, and the Israelites took the promised land. Okay? Before the walls of security collapsed, they blew trumpets. But they also enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7. They marched around once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. That is a 3 sets of 7, which is why on 9/11, for example, when the 110 stories collapsed in God's judgment, 7 times 7 times 7 firefighters died. The reason why it was 110 stories is that's the age at which Joshua died in this story in the book of Joshua. On 9/11, Trump famously called into Channel 9 News and trumpeted how his tower in Lower Manhattan on Wall Street became the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan. So the Israelites enacted a 3 sets of 7 before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. And that's why Trump, on his inauguration day, was exactly 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. It was 73 days, which since at 3 sets of 7, after he won the election by 77 electoral votes. His inauguration was 77 days before he launched 59 missiles into the Middle East, where the book of Joshua took place, and 59 is the 7th super prime number. And on and on. In fact, the election day was also exactly 73 weeks, which since at 3 sets of 7, after the symbolic beginning of his campaign when he descended the escalator in his golden tower. That day was actually exactly 188 months after the 7.0 earthquake in Joshua Tree, California. And the walls of security collapsed on Jericho due to an earthquake. 188 months because this is the number God frequently uses to point to H188 in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, which is the word that means woe, ! Used in the context in the Bible of extreme judgment from God. Okay, so that's why this picture's number is 21, because it is 7 plus 7 plus 7. And that's why his watch, his expensive watch, was stolen from him at a racetrack. Because it's the 3 sets of 7, and like I just explained, the circuit, right? Now, okay. So, let's begin explaining how this actually is a sign that points to Ferris Bueller's day off. Now, what is a day off? It's a description of time. As in a watch. What is a watch used for? It's used for time. The movie itself, the plot of the movie, is about the passage of time. It's the day that is spent getting in all of these interesting activities that they do in the streets in Chicago, but it's about the passage of time, including, for example, at the end of the movie where Ferris races back just in time before his parents come home, and their attempt also to reverse the mileage on the car of Ferris's friend Cameron, in a way, a reversal of time. Okay, so the movie is about the passage of time. We have a stolen watch here by a pitcher named Bueller, and this is a connection to Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the movie. All right, now, the movie Ferris Bueller was written by John Hughes. John Hughes named his character Ferris Bueller. But what's interesting about that is that Bueller is actually from German, and the etymology of the name comes from an occupation, a maker of wheels. Okay? Bueller is a reference to someone who makes wheels. So we have Ferris wheel, in other words. Okay? Now, I assume that John Hughes knew this, and he did it as sort of an inside joke or something, but there's nowhere I can find that that's the case. I just make that assumption. If it isn't the case, then this is 100% from God. Either way, it's from God because of what I'm explaining. But anyway, so the name Ferris Bueller hints at Ferris wheel. And here's just another example of God bringing in all kinds of everything. Here he's bringing in the tradition of World's Fairs back at the turn of the 20th century, before and after. Now, there was the first World Fair in Chicago. And at that fair, they wanted to outdo the Eiffel Tower because, like I'm saying, there was this era of time when the world-class cities would compete with each other with these world's fairs, okay, and attract people from all over. It was a big deal back then. And so that's when the Eiffel Tower came to be, at a World's Fair in Paris. So Chicago wanted to outdo the Eiffel. They wanted to out-Eiffel the Eiffel Tower. And so this guy named Ferris, his full name, believe it or not, is George Washington Gale Ferris Jr. Now, George Washington is extremely important in God's signs. That's another story, but it is through the 9/11 events, for example, that God pointed to George Washington, and I've told that story countless times in other videos. So that's right away prophetic. I don't know how this guy gets such a long name. We're talking about a different era of time, so maybe people did things like this. But that's his name, and this guy invented the Ferris wheel for the Chicago Fair. The movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off by John Hughes, he said it was his love letter to the city of Chicago. The movie, the events in the movie are all over Chicago. They go to a Wrigley Field baseball game on a weekday afternoon. That's the tradition in Chicago, Wrigley Field without the lights. I don't know if they still do that. I don't think they still do that. But okay, so also they went to the, whatever the name of the art museum is in Chicago. They're in the streets of Chicago. They merge into a parade in Chicago. It's essentially, this movie is about Chicago. Okay? There's a reason for that. It's because God is using the city of Chicago in his signs to point to the Antichrist, who is the president from Chicago, Barack Obama. So that's why this movie, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, is about Chicago and why God is using it. But we also have this name Ferris wheel, and it is Ferris, George Washington Gale Ferris Jr., that invented the Ferris wheel for the World's Fair in Chicago. All right? Now, the Ferris wheel had 36 cars. Just now, what I'm doing right now is giving you the second and third and multiple witnesses that confirm a matter as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. So what I'm doing now is giving you some sub-details to why this is important. And they're not just trivial, because I'll explain how this 36 cars in the first ever Ferris wheel is a confirmation of this 36 days connection. But I'll explain that in a second. So the first ever Ferris wheel, the big one in Chicago for the World's Fair, had 36 cars. And that's a number God uses as symbolism for the Antichrist because in Bible prophecy, the number of the Antichrist is 666, 666, and 36 is 6 times 6, but also 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6. And also the 36th triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 36th row is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 36 equals 666. All right, so you get the idea. That's a number that definitely symbolizes 666, the number of the Antichrist, who is from Chicago. Now, the thing too is that this Ferris wheel in each car had a maximum capacity of 60 people, giving the total Ferris wheel a capacity of 6 times 6 times 60 people. That's a 666. All right? The Ferris wheel had a capacity of 2,160. 6 times 6 times 60. 666. 60 people per car, 36 cars. It's astounding. All right? That's a 666. And it's Chicago we were talking about here, because the Antichrist is from Chicago. Not only that, the Antichrist was born on the 216th day of the calendar year. This Ferris wheel had a capacity of 2,160, which ends at 216, which is 6 times 6 times 6. Now, the way the Ferris wheel worked, it was all about timing. That's why the pitcher named Bueller, which ends at Ferris, and Ferris Bueller, and Ferris wheel, lost his watch. That's the story. His watch was stolen at the racetrack. This is all about timing. Furthermore, horse races are about timing too. Okay, so the timing was the essential thing about the Ferris wheel, because how do you get all these people on and off? Well, the strategy was 11 minutes with 6 stops to get all of the passengers on and off, okay? And then followed by another 9 minutes of nonstop rotation. That's astounding. That hints at 9/11. As in 9/11 in 2001, when the buildings collapsed in God's judgment, as a warning to America to turn back to God or else destruction of the nation. But also, this hints at Revelation 9/11 and the coming collision with the demonic realm and the earthly realm. Well, anyway, let's not jump ahead. That's also what 9/11 symbolizes. And Revelation 9/11 is the verse that symbolizes this, chapter 9. And Revelation 9/11 describes King Apollyon. And his representative will be the Antichrist king, or kings plural. And he and his demons will rise out of the bottomless pit. And actually, that's what a Ferris wheel does. It makes people rise into the air. Well, anyway. Also, 6 stops followed by 9 minutes hints at 6 divided by 9, which is 0.666. That's another Antichrist number there. Okay, so now I've explained this connection between Bueller and just on the surface level with Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which connects to Ferris wheel and the first Ferris wheel invented, which is Chicago, which is relevant because Ferris Bueller's Day Off is about Chicago. So it all connects. And that's how God would do it too. He would do this. It's an amazing thing to bring in pieces of history like this, the first ever Ferris wheel. God uses firsts and records for his signs. So the first ever Ferris wheel, totally something God would do. Knowing for years now, having studied his big picture of signs and what he is doing, he brings in pieces of history like this. So that's amazing. Clearly, without a doubt, that's all what I've said so far is completely true and relevant. Okay. Now, the day also, speaking of Trump and the racetrack and the trumpets that were blown before the walls collapsed in Jericho after they went around in a circuit of Jericho, Trump was in, he attended a sports game on this day, which is just more confirmation. He was in Alabama, which God is using to hint at Barack Obama, Alabama. And also, importantly, Alabama is the 22nd state to join the Union. And its flag is simply a white flag with a big red cross on it. That's because the letter X, or the cross, it's not a cross, sorry, it's a big X. And an X is a Tav letter in ancient Hebrew, which would have been the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist described in Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel. And that Tav letter is the last and 22nd letter of the Hebrew alphabet. The mark of the Antichrist is described in the last and 22nd book out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. So the number 22 in God's signs, in other words, is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. And that's why Alabama is important as well. Also, the red color is associated with the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. And also, the X is symbolic because that's what the mark of the Antichrist does. It changes a person's X, their chromosomes. Okay, that's what marks them. The CVD thing is the mark of the Antichrist that alters a person's X's. All right? That's why the red X of the flag of the 22nd state. It's amazing. Now, so he was at a football game that day, and there's much more to that, but that's part of another story because all of this overlaps. It's all interconnected. So I'm actually just slicing off a two-dimensional piece of the big picture, which is three-dimensional. How else am I going to do it, though? Okay. So the thing is that this all ties, it points to the first Ferris wheel, which had 36 cars, which is why this Bueller watch was stolen exactly 36 days after Trump and RFK Jr. joined together in the 48th state, because the Antichrist will become the 48th president after it is predicted that the Kamala Harris will die and be replaced by Michelle Obama, who will then replace Joe Biden after he steps down, and then appoint Barack Obama as her vice president, and then she will step down, and on January 20th, 2025, Barack Obama will be inaugurated as the 48th president. All right? But the thing, too, about this, so I will make a video explaining how Trump and RFK Jr. are the two witnesses. For those that know about Revelation chapter 11 and Bible prophecy and haven't thought about this yet, I'm sure this is, raising an eyebrow or something to that effect, but it is true, and the prediction being made in this video, the purpose of it is to prove what I have just said. It was meant to be that they would not be recognized, just like the mark of the Antichrist be not recognized by the masses. That's the purpose of all of this. It's to sift the quote-unquote Christians from the true Christians. But the process of sifting isn't over. There's still time left. And nowhere in the Bible, for example, does it say that one cannot repent after having taken the mark of the Antichrist. But make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction and the reason for this prediction. And it is to prove what I have just said. It is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. It does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship, or supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is that it is judgment for this particular doctrine that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine, which is free grace and sovereign grace, which comes in the packages of dispensationalism and Calvinism. And the reason for this prediction being made in this video is to prove what I have just said. Okay. For the commonly held objections that people have based on their understanding of Bible prophecy, which, by the way, will be proven to be incorrect when the prediction comes to pass, these commonly held objections are answered in the must-watch snake bite video on this channel. Okay. So this is an amazing thing here. We have this 36 days, but the two witnesses came together. That requires more explanation. I'm sure people are still wondering, well, wait a second. How in the world can those two men be the two witnesses? They are. Trust me. They are the two witnesses. Okay? Now, but they came together with, by the way, columns of fire behind them, as in the fire of Elijah, parallel, foreshadow, all right? That's another subject, okay? But anyway, on that same day, we had the report of the deaths of 70 horses at one of the most historic horse ranches in the U.S. The Butler and Son Rodeo Company had 70 horses of theirs die due to the horse feed. That's another story. Kansas, the feed came from Kansas, and God's signs is symbolic of Fort Riley, which is where the first primitive things were used in an experiment that ended up causing the disease. I'm using my words, begins with a pan, ends with a demic. In 19, ends with an 18, and for this thing that was named after people from Spain, okay? The truth of the matter is that's how that started, and God's pointing to that through Kansas, but also the slaughter of the buffalo, which is what the things do. They slaughter, it's a slaughter going on, right? All right, that's why the horses were slaughtered from feed that came from Kansas. Now, the thing is, though, that Butler and Son Rodeo hints at Bueller. That's the connection here. That's why it's 36 days, because, again, I explained how Bueller hints at the Ferris Bueller and the Ferris wheel and 36 cars. That's amazing. Do you see how this works? Do you see what God does here? Okay. Now, why did he do that? Well, one, it confirms as more of a second witness, which is what's required for the prophetic significance of the pitcher named Bueller and the other things that I'll be explaining. But also, it confirms that Trump and RFK Jr. are the two witnesses. If you had some other idea in mind about what they should be, well, God decides what it should be. The book of Revelation is allegory. It's all symbolism. And it was meant to be that people wouldn't recognize these things unless they were on the same page with the Lord. I mean, there'll be people that will be hearing what I'm saying and they'll be going, oh yeah, that's amazing. Right on. You know why? Because they know, they have the Holy Spirit. They know that these two men are God's voices for truth and righteousness. And so whether they knew that they were the two witnesses is not really that important. But they spiritually related to these two men. And it's not about the men and their personal lives or their personal sin. It's about them being the voices for truth. This symbolism. It's all symbolism, including Trump and RFK Jr. The book of Revelation is all symbolism and allegory, but so is Trump and RFK Jr. It's just symbolism. These were the symbolic voices of truth and righteousness. And their job was to part the way, separate the sheep from the goats. The reaction that a person has to these two men, whether it's based on information or not, because obviously the people that hate these men have been subjected to immense amounts of propaganda. But the reason why they followed the propaganda is spiritually they, in some way, connected with the lies. They loved the lies. Spiritually, in other words, because it's all spiritual and it's all symbolism, they were with Satan in this war between Satan and good that we are in, Satan and Christ. Okay? So anyway, and so whether a person is a quote-unquote Christian or not is irrelevant. Who says who's a quote-unquote Christian? Only God knows. And I'll say this, I know that through God's signs, he is very, very displeased with the church. And it's not the other church. It's not, for example, to the evangelicals, the Jehovah's Witnesses. It's the American evangelical church. But God loves God reproves whom he loves, as he says in Revelation chapter 3. But the American church is the church of Laodicea that Jesus said he wants to vomit out of his mouth. So all of this is an attempt to wake people up. But there are a lot of sleeping Christians, quote-unquote Christians. The ones that haven't been fighting and sacrificing regarding this war and telling themselves they don't want to get political, quote-unquote, they're not going to make the rapture. You need to stand up and fight. You need to do something. Contrary to the doctrine that most evangelicals believe, which is that they just need to intellectually agree with the correct, precise doctrine in order to be saved. Wicked deception from Satan, the Nicolaitan doctrine. Make sure you follow the links that I will leave in the description box below for more information on this subject. And also watch the 23 Church Signs video on this channel and go to the website, rather than have me turn this video into a longer thing about doctrine and what's wrong with the church. All right? All right. Now, okay, so here we have this Bueller guy, and his number is 21, but that's amazing because his watch was stolen at a racetrack, and that's clearly a hint at 3 sets of 7. 21 is also 3 sets of 7. But what I mean is that the racetrack is a hint at 3 sets of 7 because of the book of Joshua, as I explained. That's why this Bueller sign was 77 days after the assassination attempt of Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Butler is clearly a hint at Bueller and Butler and the 70 horses. And by the way, it's another 7. It was 70 horses. And by the way, this was a racetrack at which his watch was stolen. Okay, so that's amazing. And again, Trump is a 3 sets of 7, as I explained. Like I explained, he was 70 or 7 months and 7 days old on his inauguration day. In a year, by the way, that ended with a 7. So 77 days, all right, gets from Butler, gets us to Bueller. And Trump was at a sports arena, a sports stadium also on this day. And the two big plays of that game, by the way, were the two players number 2, which confirms the significance of him being in the 22nd state, as I explained. Okay, but back to the 7s. That's why we have 7 days here in this direction to get to this date, October 5th. That's a 3 sets of 7. That's 77 days plus 7 days. And that gets us to another Trump sign. But what was it? It's amazing beyond words. Trump was in Butler again. Okay? Everyone knows that Trump went to Butler again with Elon Musk for another rally. But now you know the prophetic reason why. This is the prophetic reason why. It's because 7 days and 77 days earlier was when Trump was in Butler. And Trump is a 3 sets of 7. But not only that, the 3 sets of 7 that the Israelites enacted was more 7 and then a 7 times 7. Because they marched around once for 7 days, and then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. It was a 7 and a 7 times 7. That's why it's a 7 days and a 77 days. But not only that, what does it connect with? It connects with player number 7 plus 7 plus 7. And a racetrack, which is 7, 3 sets of 7. It's amazing. It's so amazing. Okay, so you get it here. Now, not only that, Trump was with Musk. And what is Musk known for? Musk is known for his X platform. And where was Trump on this day? He was in the state that has a flag with an X. And that's relevant, as I explained, because it's symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, which is the number 22. And that's why this state with this flag of an X is the 22nd state. And on that day, the big end, and it was the end, the two big plays were the two plays in the end zone. And both involved number 2. 2 is in the end zone, which hints at the end times, and the 22 and the mark of the Antichrist. And Obama, who's from Chicago. Oh, and by the way, Obama in Hebrew means high place. And what do Ferris wheels do? They put people into high places. And that's why we have these connections on this day that Trump was in Bama, which connects to the Ferris wheel because of Bueller. Now, not only that, we've got more going. We're only just getting started here, by the way. Okay. Also on this day, well, we haven't finished this yet. So Musk, he's known for his X, but he's also known for SpaceX. And by the way, his X, what is it known for? It's known for how he bought it for $44 million. And why did he buy it? Because of censorship. What does 44 hint at? The 44th president from Chicago, who is the authoritarian that wants censorship. In fact, the day that Musk bought X was the very day that Barack Obama, the 44th president, I should rephrase this. The day that Musk bought X for $44 million was the very day that the 44th president was in Stanford at the university giving a speech about censorship and how there needs to be censorship. And Stanford is the big location, the Stanford University, where the censorship industrial complex is headquartered. That's why he was in Stanford. That's why he was there. That's the headquarters of the censorship industrial complex. Industry. The censorship industry is headquartered at Stanford University, and he gave a speech on censorship, and that's the day that Musk bought it X because of censorship for $44 million. That's how God works there. All right? Now, and why did Musk do that? To give the two witnesses the platform. Because what's RFK Jr. known for? For being deplatformed from X, back when it was Twitter, after he wrote his article regarding the death of player number 44, the home run king, as in King Apollyon, Hank Aaron, who died on January 22nd, 2021, exactly 444 weeks after the mass shooting in the movie Black Knight Rises in Colorado, which was 42 months after the Black Knight rose at his inauguration. Exactly 42 months. Okay, I can go on and on with that. I'm just going to... so 42 months in Bible prophecy is 1,260 days, and the inauguration was 1,260 years exactly after the biggest, deadliest earthquake in the Israel history. I think it was 729 or something. And anyway, the 42 months from the inauguration of the rise of the Black Knight gets us to the Black Knight Rises massacre in the movie theater in Colorado, the highest place. Bama means high place again. And the highest state, the highest city in the U.S., the highest major city, Denver. And and that's in turn, and 42 months in Bible prophecy is the symbolic period of the Antichrist. And then that's in turn 444 weeks exactly to January 22nd, 2021, player number 44 died. And why did he die? Because he took a thing And that's what mass shootings symbolize. Things that come out of guns and go into people are symbolic of the things that come out of things and go into people. And Hank Aaron took the thing 6 + 6 days, or he died, 6 + 6 + 6 days after he took the thing. Well, anyway, let's get back to the story here. So that's Elon Musk. Now, on this day, the Dodgers, because this Bueller pitcher plays for the Dodgers, and the Dodgers played the first game of their series, and the score was 5-7. And well, so the coming mass demonic possession of people will be triggered by the components that are inside the things that are inside people because they took the thing. And the seventh letter is the letter G, and 5 gives us 5G, which will be what triggers the facilitation of the mass demonic possession. That's another story, though. Now, the score was 5-7. That adds up to 12. And from what I recall, January 1st, the date is predicted that Trump will die, is exactly 12 weeks after this date. But let's move on. Okay, so this was the day that the series began. This is important because Shohei Ohtani, the player that God is using, the most famous baseball player in baseball today, he's from Japan. And Japan hints at Japanese animation, which is obsessed with spiritual possession of people. And that's why he's from Japan, one reason. And anyway, he's dominating the league. And this year, although he's been playing in the league for many years, will be or is the first year that he is in the playoffs. And this was his first playoff game. This was the first day of the first series for the Dodgers. On this day, Hurricane Milton formed. Now, this is important, and I'm beginning to tell you the story about Hurricane Milton. But let's see. It was 2 + 2 days later, which is at 22. And again, the two players, number 2 in the end zone at the end of the game, the trumpet, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs in the 22nd state. Okay, this connects, and then this connects with the 2 + 2 days to get us to the day that Milton hit the U.S. Okay, from the day it formed to the day it hit. And we were talking about the Dodgers. Okay, now, on this day, Tampa dodged Milton. Tampa is known as one of the top 10 most vulnerable cities in the world, because if a hurricane greater than Category 1 were to ever hit Tampa with a direct hit, it would be completely catastrophic. We are talking about millions of people being homeless and thousands of deaths. It would be horrific. It's one of the most vulnerable cities in the world, and God has designed it this way. And God has designed it that Tampa has been dodging these hurricanes throughout the 20th century and hasn't had a big one for like over 100 years. And Tampa didn't exist 100 years ago. Okay? So anyway, God set it up that Tampa dodged the hurricane. It just dodged it. It was just south of it. Had the hurricane been a little further north, it would have been, like I just said, catastrophic. So that's the sign. It dodged. Tampa dodged, and we had a Dodgers sign on this day. The Dodgers tied the series because they were behind. They were starting to lose the series, but they tied up the series 2-2, which is a confirmation of the 2 + 2 days between the day that Milton formed on the day the Dodgers series began to the day the Dodgers tied the series 2-2, hence the 2 + 2 days. But they also won the game 0-8, which hints at 4 + 4, the 44th president. Now, a little bit of history for you. the Dodgers are one of the most iconic baseball teams in the major leagues because it's a very old franchise. It goes back to the old days of baseball in New York City when the Dodgers used to play in Brooklyn. They used to be called the Brooklyn Dodgers. Okay? They actually used to be called the Brooklyn Bridegrooms. And that name for them was in 1888, and 888 is the number that symbolizes Jesus, because in Greek, the Greek name Jesus is equal to 888 in Greek gematria. Well, anyway, that's another thing. But anyway, the point is that Dodgers is this historic team, and they moved to Los Angeles in the 1950s. Okay? And I think it was the 1950s. Yeah. And no. It might be the early 60s. And in the 50s, they were having rivalry World Series with the New York Yankees. Well, anyway, the point is, though, it moved to Los Angeles. What is Los Angeles? That's the capital for the entertainment industry. Which is why on the first ever day that a baseball game was played in Los Angeles, when the Los Angeles Dodgers had the opening day for the season, the game was attended by Milton Berle. Now, who is Milton Berle? If you are my age or younger, you probably don't know. Milton Berle, though, is one of the biggest pop star figures of the 20th century. He was the first television star. His nickname is Mr. Television. There was a time in American history where on the weekday that his show came on, stores would shut down and restaurants would close so that people could go and watch this comedian on television host his show. The Milton Berle Show, I think is what it was called. Maybe it wasn't called that. But the show was filmed in Chicago. He is Mr. Television, okay? And there's more to the story about Milton Berle. But he attended the first Dodgers game, along with another star, Mickey Rooney. Now, Mickey Rooney, instead of sitting in the private box like Milton Berle, was out on top of the dugout doing comedic things in reaction to the plays that were going on in the game. And so Mickey Rooney is important here as well. And okay, so there's so much that's a big picture here. Now, let's talk about Hurricane Milton. Because again, we have this prophetic sign, we have these prophetic signs, plural, coinciding with the Dodgers. And Milton Berle attended the first Dodgers game, which was an important day in not only baseball history, but American history, because as I explained at the beginning of this video, American history is intertwined with baseball. Okay? There wasn't a baseball team on the West Coast prior to this. This was also, in a way, symbolic of America's manifest destiny and God's hand on America and the creation of its territory as the West was settled. But it wasn't until the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles that they had a baseball team. So it's, in a way, if you will, a sort of completion of that process of the westward expansion, manifest destiny, God's hand on American history. All right? Okay, so that's huge, right? The first baseball game. And so Milton Berle is a part of that. Now, in this hurricane season this year, we also had another very destructive prophetic hurricane named Beryl. That's amazing. We have a hurricane named Milton and a hurricane named Beryl, and we also have Milton Berle. Okay? Now, not only that, though, Milton Berle died at the age of 93. And exactly 93 days prior to the hit of Hurricane Milton was the day that Hurricane Beryl hit the U.S. It's so amazing. That day is in turn exactly 913 months after the first ever show of Milton Berle, filmed in Chicago. Now, why is 913 relevant in God's signs? Because the 913th word in Strong's Greek concordance for the Bible is the word Barack, as in Barack Obama, who is from Chicago. The show was sponsored by Texaco. I think in the title of the show was the Texaco Stars or something. I think Texaco was part of the title, in fact, of the show, because back in the day, I guess that would have been how it was. The sponsor of the show would have its name in the title of the show. And that's amazing because Hurricane Beryl hit Texas. What hurricane came after Beryl? Debbie. The word Barak in the Bible is a reference to Deborah and Barak, the two judges described in the book of Judges in the Bible. There's lots more to that. That's explained in another video. But that's the point here, is that Beryl connects with, the name Beryl hints at Barry, which hints at Barak, because Barak changed his name from Barry to Barak. By the way, Milton Berle changed his name when he was 4 times 4 years old to Milton Berle. That's a confirmation that Beryl and Berle hint at Barak. That's right. Milton Berle changed his name when he was 4 times 4 years old, 16 years old, and Barak changed his name from Barry to Barak. There was also a prophetic hurricane named Barry, which is a very, very important prophetic sign. But that's another story. And so that's amazing. So another reason why Beryl hints at Barry is not only that it hints at the other hurricane named Barry, but Hurricane Beryl is the 8th storm to be named Beryl in history. And the first ever storm to be named Beryl in history was in 1961. That actually was the storm in the Indian Ocean, and there have been 8 Beryls in the Atlantic. So this is the 8th one, and the word beryl in the New Testament is a type of stone, and it's the 8th out of the 12 stones. Oh, and the reason why 61 is relevant is because Barry Obama, was born in 1961. And he was Barry when he was born, which is hinting at Beryl. Now, before Beryl hit the U.S., it went over the Yucatan Peninsula with 110 miles per hour winds. It hit the tip of the Yucatan Peninsula, and when you look at a map of Mexico, it is clearly in the shape of a shofar trumpet, the type of trumpet that the Israelites would have used, a ram's horn. It is a shofar trumpet, the shape of Mexico. The Yucatan Peninsula is the mouthpiece, and it was hit with this Hurricane Beryl with winds, 110 mile per hour winds, which is symbolic of wind blowing into the mouthpiece of the trumpet. Why is Mexico a trumpet? Because it is for the symbolism for the US-Mexico border wall of security that is collapsing in God's judgment. Because it is a symbolic parallel with the book of Joshua and the walls of security that collapsed in God's judgment after trumpets were blown. What is Trump known for? His election campaign and presidency were synonymous with his border wall of security. The word Trump in archaic English means trump or trumpet or the sounding of a trumpet. And he's 3 sets of 7, as I explained. So the country of Mexico is a big trumpet blowing on the U.S. border wall of security. And what happened when Trump left office? The border wall of security collapsed in God's judgment. And millions of people have swarmed into the nation. It is in the process of being destroyed. It's all symbolism for this. And all of it, by the way, was done intentionally by the Democrat Party, who are working for Satan. They may not know it consciously, but the whole collapse of the U.S. border wall of security is completely intentional by the globalists, the UN funding it all, including the U.S. funding it, and paving the way even, from giving people from all over the world plane tickets to Mexico and to Colombia. They come across the Darien Gap. And it's all orchestrated. There's buses waiting for them. It's all completely organized by these NGOs and the UN, and it's all backed by America. It's all by design. And then they're being, once they get here, shipped to the swing states. It's to steal, well, it's to shoplift referendums. All right. It's all evil, though. It's all working of Satan. That's the conspiracy, by the way. These people are all pawns. They don't know what the other pieces are doing on the chessboard that Satan is playing. But, okay. So we have 93 days. Milton Berle died at 93. It was 93 days between when Berle hit and Milton hit. That's ultimately hinting at the sun that is 93 million miles away from Earth, which is predicted to explode or erupt with a solar flare exactly 44 weeks after the sun erupts. That's 93 million miles away. And that's why on 9/11, Flight 93 crashed and killed 44 people. But here we have it. The sun 93 million miles away will erupt exactly 44 weeks after Milton died, this Milton sign, and Milton died at the age of 93. And it was 93 days after Hurricane Beryl, which was a massive symbolic sign that was communicating the destruction of America. And the sun will knock out America's power grid and destroy America. Okay. And Beryl, Mr. Television, connects with 913 months to all of this too. And that show began in Texaco, and it was filmed in Chicago. Now let's get to something else here. Milton Berle, because of the show, was also known as Uncle Berle, because in one episode he said, "Now listen, little kids, to your Uncle Beryl, it's time to go to bed." So he got the nickname Uncle Beryl. That morphed into Uncle Milltown, because Milton, coincidentally, designed by God, Milton Berle was the big proponent or promoter of this new anxiety drug called Milltown. this was huge in the day. This what do you call it? Barbiturate. Millions of people were taking this drug. All right, this was a big thing, and he was the guy. He was promoting it, and the name of the pharmaceutical company that owned this is Carter, and that's why Jimmy Carter ties into all of this too. This drug, though, is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Because the mark of the Antichrist comes from the same industry that is corrupt to the core, just like it was back in that day. There's enormous profits in that industry. And people today do not fear God, and it is necessary to fear God to do the correct, to do the righteous thing. There'll always be compromises unless a person believes in God. Or sorry, not believes in God, fears God, which is a problem, which is the root of the problem in the church today. God is looking for people who fear him, and most quote-unquote Christians do not fear God because of their heretic Gnostic doctrine that Jesus said he hates, as I mentioned earlier. Now, okay, so there's more, though, because there's lots more. One of an important movie in Milton Berle's filmography is the movie, I think it was his first one, where the title of the movie is Tess of the Storm. This was a big movie in the day. I believe it is recognized by the American Film Institute. Anyway, but that movie is 80 minutes long. Okay, again, Berle was the eighth storm and the eighth stone. And there's more to why that's the case. It's explained in the other Carter videos, though. And that's because Jimmy Carter is symbolism for Methuselah in the Bible. And Methuselah's name means when he dies, destruction, because he died when the flood judgment began. And the hurricanes are flood symbolism. And we need to move on if we're going to get through this. So, Mickey Rooney is associated with the Dodgers. The Dodgers used to play in New York. Paul Simon is known to be an avid New York Yankees fan. And Mickey Rooney is, or was, the last surviving star of the silent film era. And Simon's first big hit was The Sound of Silence, which is why Mickey Rooney died 9 years and 11 months prior to another sign. Shouldn't have said this because you don't know what I'm talking about. Well, anyway, March 6th, 2024 was a big date for Paul Simon signs, and that was exactly 9 years and 11 months after Mickey Rooney died. But anyway, the reason why Paul Simon is symbolism for Sound of Silence is because of Revelation chapter 8. That begins with how John heard or observed a period of silence for about a half an hour, as it says, which is a period of time, which gets us back to the watch that was stolen and passage of time. Following the sound of silence that's heard in heaven are the seven trumpet judgments, the seven trumpet judgments. Okay, and so, in other words, the period of silence in heaven precedes the destruction of America, which is why Paul Simon's death will be a symbolic beginning to the destruction of America. It'll be a brief period of silence, if you will. Paul Simon will die right before the shoplifted referendum, the second one, which is why, by the way, there was symbolically 2 assassination attempts. It hints at the 2 shoplifted referendums. All right? And then shortly after Paul Simon will die, 5 days actually, will be the day that Jimmy Carter will die, and he is Methuselah, which means when he dies, destruction. And Carter is predicted to die the day before the shoplifted referendum. And on that note, the media continues to talk about how Carter has been saying that the reason why he is still living, the raison d'etre, the purpose of his life, was to be able to vote against Trump. That's because Carter is not a quote-unquote Christian. Okay? So, now this, so right here is October 30th, the date it is predicted that Paul Simon will die, okay? That's 7 + 7 + 7 days after this baseball sign, and Paul Simon is associated with baseball in God's signs, as I explained. This 7 + 7 days is relevant because it all gets back to Bueller, who is number 7 + 7 + 7. Right? And I already explained all of that. This day is also exactly 7 weeks, which is 49 days, to the date it is predicted that the 49th vice president will die in a plane crash into a stadium, a baseball stadium. She will crash into the St. Louis Cardinals baseball stadium. Cardinals are a type of bird. Her plane will crash due to a bird strike. But this is why Paul Simon connects to all of this, because he's a baseball fan and known for being so. Also, on that note, he has a very famous hit, Mrs. Robinson, in which there is a lyric about Joe DiMaggio, a famous baseball New York Yankees player. Paul Simon sang Mrs. Robinson in center field of Yankee Stadium shortly after he died on the opening day of the season. And you know what? I wonder if that opening day of that season connects to the opening day of the Dodgers season when they first moved to Los Angeles. I bet it does. I'll be right back. All right, I was correct. There's probably more to it, though. But it was 41 years. The Dodgers moved to LA in 1958. Paul Simon sang on opening day, Mrs. Robinson. And by the way, the reason why Mrs. Robinson is prophetic is because after Kamala Harris's plane crash into a baseball stadium, she will be replaced by Michelle Robinson Obama. That's why Mrs. Robinson. Now, it's 41 years. 1999 is when Paul Simon sang Mrs. Robinson in Yankee Stadium. The Yankees and Dodgers, of course, are the big rivalry. In fact, I believe it's likely that these two teams, and I said this before the playoffs began, will be in the World Series playing each other because God will be using that to point back to the historic times of when the Dodgers played in New York and had this rivalry with the New York Yankees. All right? Anyway, it's 41 years. Paul Simon was born in 41. 41 is the 13th prime number. The number 13 in the Bible is symbolic of the Antichrist. But also, it is exactly 41 weeks to the date it is predicted that the trumpet judgments will begin on August 23rd, 2025, when the asteroid is predicted to hit Earth and cause the mega tsunamis on each coast and the eruption of Yellowstone volcano and the collapse of the Hoover Dam. And on that note, Ansel Adams' famous photo of the Hoover Dam was taken in 41. So that's why 41 is relevant, okay? And so from 41 weeks exactly from October 30th, the date is predicted Paul Simon will die, will be these events that's described in Revelation chapter 8. And Revelation chapter 8 begins with the sound of silence, which is why Paul Simon, Sound of Silence, and how and why Mickey Rooney, who was the last survivor of the silent film era, was at the first Dodgers baseball game. It just goes around and around in a circle, as you can see. Okay. So, one thing I want to tell here at this juncture is that this date, October 9th, was known in advance to be a significant date of a major hit, destructive hit of the US. I knew months ago, in July of 2024, that October 9th, 2024 would be the date of a major hit. In fact, for a period, I thought that it would be the day of the asteroid. It does ultimately connect to the day of the asteroid, as I'm explaining here. In fact, 44 weeks to the sun, which is 10 days before the asteroid. Okay? So October, how did I know October 9th ahead of time, since July? Well, that's when it was revealed through God's signs that God was pointing to this Clint Eastwood movie, Sudden Impact. And that movie was released exactly 490 months before this date. That was how I first pinpointed October 9th. Okay? I haven't explained all of Burl, of course, Hurricane Milton yet. Okay, so, but anyway, you get the point here. It was a very destructive storm. Everyone knows that at least. And that was known ahead of time. 490 because of the most central prophecy in the Bible, which speaks of a period of 490 years regarding the timing of the end and the Antichrist. Okay? So long story, that's explained in another video why the movie Sudden Impact is important. I'm not going to explain it here. But also October 9th was also confirmed, because that's what you need, a second witness. And this second witness was known ahead of time too, to confirm that October 9th would be important with a hit. That's because on October 9th, 2009, which was exactly 60 plus 60 plus 60 months earlier, which is 666, the number of the Antichrist, was the day that Barack Obama, the Antichrist, received his Nobel Peace Prize for doing nothing, and even admitted, or even said so. He was ashamed to have even been given the award. He said pretty much that at the time. Not ashamed, I should say, embarrassed. It was embarrassing because he had just become the president, hadn't done anything yet. But anyway, that's the left for you. They are, what's the word? They are ideological. They are, facts don't matter for the left. Real things don't matter for the left. They are only interested in what they think should be true. And that's righteous for them because they don't believe in God. They have a false religion. So what they think should be true becomes true because it's the way things should be for their religion in their which has the state as what they worship, because they no longer worship God, they worship the state. And what should be true is true. The facts, real things, that's why it's impossible to debate or have a discussion about anything that matters to someone on the left, because they will immediately either just start labeling you with insulting names or pejoratives or walk away. Because they can't talk facts. They're not interested in facts. It doesn't matter. And they even will admit it. They know that you might be right on something, but it still doesn't matter because they know that they're righteous in what they believe in. So it's all ideology, right? And anyway, that's why he got, the Nobel Peace Prize for doing nothing. It doesn't matter. Facts, things don't matter. Real life doesn't matter for them. And because they're in a false religion. Ultimately, as I'm saying, led by Satan. Now, anyway, Also on that day, though, that was the day, October 9th, 2009, that NASA bombed the moon twice. It slammed 2 satellites into the moon in order to study the effects of the hitting of the moon, which was what? Symbolism for an asteroid hitting Earth. Right? It's amazing. So that's why October 9th was known ahead of time. And lo and behold, it does in turn connect with 44 weeks to this period that I'm talking about, the events in Revelation chapter 8 that will occur in the 8th month of next year. Okay, so anyway. Also, Milton Berle died on this day, which was March 27th, 2002. And this was exactly 20 years before Will Smith slapped Chris Rock in the face on the stage. I knew at that time, like the day after, that what this was symbolism for an asteroid slapping Earth. That's what it was. And that was clear because it's Rock. It's Chris Rock. Chris, since it's Christian. Will Smith was, right after that, won the Best Actor award for King Richard, which is Antichrist King symbolism. So it was clear anyway, and other signs and things confirmed the matter at the time, that was symbolism for an asteroid hitting Earth. The day, like I'm talking about, this August 13th date, is 177 weeks and 6 days before the date that America will be destroyed when the coronal mass ejection hits Earth, followed 10 days later by the asteroid. All right? And 177 weeks and 6 days obviously hints at 1776, the symbolic year that America was born, but also 1776 is 4 times 444, which hints at the 44th president. 20 years, because in the Bible, 20 years is a prophetic period, a perfect, complete period of waiting. And, okay, so that's why Milton Berle, he also died, a confirmation of this, exactly 1,176 weeks before this Hurricane Milton. Okay, so Milton's death at 93 connects with the sun that's 93 million miles away. But he also connects with 1,176 weeks exactly, and that's relevant because this 1,176 number is the 48th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 48th row is 1,176, and the Antichrist king is will be the 48th president. One thing before I move on and forget, Hurricane Milton hit 6 + 6 + 6 days. And again, this was the Dodgers game sign, and Tampa dodged Milton, right? This was 6 + 6 + 6 days, which is the number that hints at the Antichrist, after the prophetic fire just outside of Dodger Stadium that occurred during a baseball game, and fans in the stadium in their seats were seeing the fire. This occurred at an old courthouse. That's because the shoplifted referendum and the controversy of how Barack Obama will become the president again after a fiery crash into a baseball stadium. It's so amazing. It's so amazing. The crash actually occurred on San Fernando Road, and it connects with the San Fernando Valley earthquake in and on and on. But okay, so get that. Okay, let that sink in there. On September 21st, which, by the way, was exactly 36 months, which since it's 666, as I explained, the number 36, right? It was exactly 36 months, 666, after the fire on the roof of the stadium of where the saints play, as in the saints, God's faithful saints. And not the Catholic saints, that's invention by Catholicism. That's not what saints mean in the Bible. But anyway, September 21st was the day of the fire at Dodger Stadium of an old courthouse. And of course, there'll be controversy when Barack Obama gets appointed the vice president. It'll go to the Supreme Court. And it'll be because of a fiery crash into a baseball stadium, when Kamala Harris is predicted to crash into a baseball stadium. Okay? It's amazing beyond words. Oh, and that day was the day that Trump dodged another debate. That was the day that he first dodged, as it said in the headlines even, another debate with Harris because of what Trump said, which is the truth, which is why he's one of the two witnesses. And that's because, as he said, the first debate was totally, right? It was a complete setup. The network, ABC, was in on this setup with the campaign, and Harris knew exactly the questions that were going to be asked, and the deep state that has had many decades to perfect its psychological warfare understood and knew how to press Trump's buttons, and it was all pre-staged. That's the truth. All right? And that's why, for good reason, Trump dodged another debate. But that was the same day that there was the fire at Dodger Stadium. And also, by the way, Kamala Harris will be flying back to Los Angeles when she will crash on her way into the baseball stadium in St. Louis in a fiery crash. That's amazing. Trump dodged the debate on the day of the Dodger Fire Stadium, all right? And, okay, all right. And also, of course, this goes back to the Saints' roof fire. Roof, because of the first Pentecost when the disciples were in the upper room and tongues of fire came down. That's why the roof fire of the Saints Stadium. Exactly 666 symbolism to the fire at Dodger Stadium. All right. And that, in turn, is 6 + 6 + 6 days to Hurricane Milton on the day of the Dodgers sign in their game. And Tampa dodged Milton. It's fantastic. So beautiful what God does. Now, what is truly astounding here also is that the pitcher in this game, in which the fire was seen from the seats in the stadium by the fans in the stadium during the game, this big fire that was next to, and it was a big fire, if I didn't emphasize that. I forget the details, but it was a classification of a type of fire that's it's a big one. It's a serious one. Well, anyway, the pitcher in the game was none other than this pitcher we are talking about in this story here and this diagram, this pitcher named Bueller. And again, this was the day that Trump dodged another debate. That was the headline, in fact, on drudgereport.com, for example. Trump dodged a debate on this day, and then we had this Dodger Stadium fire in the evening, and the pitcher was Bueller. And of course, this hints at how Trump was in Butler. And Bueller had his watch stolen at a horse race track. And again, on the day that the two witnesses came together, there was the story regarding horses at the historic Butler and Son Rodeo Company. God brought into his big picture of signs here rodeos. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, God brings all sorts of aspects of culture into his big picture of signs, and here he has brought in the rodeo culture. Well, anyway, so that's why Bueller. So Bueller pitched this game, and the score of the game was 6-3, which is beautiful confirmation of the 3 6s, 6 plus 6 plus 6 days. The 6-3 game, in other words, was a second witness confirmation for the 3 6s and the 6 plus 6 plus 6 days connection from this game and the fire, and Trump dodging a debate, to Tampa dodging Milton on the day of the prophetic Dodgers game here. Okay. And again, okay, so we've got the explanation leading to Paul Simon's death. It's 27 days. Okay, now this is amazing. Hurricane Milton hit the 27th state, which, by the way, is 9 plus 9 plus 9. And God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. And the number 9 is the most important number in God's signs, as from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. But anyway, Hurricane Milton, oh, and by the way, the 27th state is 3 times 9, and Paul Simon will die shortly before the death of the 39th president, Jimmy Carter. All right, now, so anyway, Milton hit the 27th state, and that was 27 days before the coming shoplifted referendum, which no doubt will involve the courts, which is why it connects to the courthouse that burned next to the Dodger Stadium. Okay, just to zoom in here, what's also astounding here is that John Milton, the author, John Milton, wrote the famous books Paradise Lost and On the 5th of November, if you can believe it. It doesn't matter if you believe it, it's true. This author, John Milton, wrote Paradise Lost and On the 5th of November, which is the date of the election, right? Now, the thing is, 23 days before this, Trumpet, God's trumpet, was in the news for being in the 31st state, the home of Kamala Harris. And the news reported how Trump was saying that California was paradise lost. Trump called California paradise lost. This is amazing beyond words because the California, which is the paradise lost, is the 31st state. 31 is the 11th prime number. That gives us 11 and 23. 1,123 is the 188th prime number. And God uses this number frequently. I might have said so in this video already, but if not, to point to H188 in Strong's Greek or Hebrew concordance, which is the word that means woe, exclamation mark, used in the context of extreme judgment from God. And so trumpet, God's trumpet, his witness, is saying paradise lost, and it connects with Milton and John Milton, who wrote Paradise Lost and the book on the 5th of November. Milton hit Florida, which is said to be a paradise, which was lost, if you will, on this date, the 27th state, and it connects with 27 days to the 5th of November. We can throw in another one here too, because the Antichrist's number is 23. The basketball president wore 23 in high school. But this is a woe exclamation mark. It's a woe, right? And it all incorporates the assassination attempts. And again, like I'm saying, the second assassination attempt is symbolism for the second shoplifted referendum, which shouldn't be any surprise to anyone who knows anything. It should be expected. The Democrats know how to shoplift referendums. They didn't only shoplift. So now that they've learned that, do you think that it'll stop? No, of course not. If anything, they'll get better at it. But they know how to do it. And Trump was the referendum in the year ending with 20 wasn't the only shoplifted referendum. The year ending in 22 was also shoplifted. And give me a break. Just because the Republicans had the House by a slim majority, that was all designed too to make it not look so bad, to make it not look obvious. Because had the Republicans lost, everyone would know. Like it would be too obvious. Because the party that's in the White House does not typically win the midterms, right? But in a way, the Democrats did win the midterms because their loss should have been far greater than it was. It was completely shoplifted. The one state where it wasn't shoplifted was Florida, and that's all relevant because of what we're talking about in this video. And that's because the election, because the referendum was completely made sure that that wouldn't happen. But unless that happens, it's going to happen again, which it will. Okay. All right. So, also, the name Trump in simple English gematria equals 88. And he won his referendum on November 8th, and 11 times 8 is 88. Well, anyway, that's why from this trumpet sign, when he was with Musk, his second time in Butler, it's 88% of a year to the destruction of America on the date 8/23. By the way, 8/23 because the 23rd chapter of Isaiah is about America. All right? That's another subject which I will explain, but I mean that literally. The purpose of Isaiah chapter 23 is God speaking to America. Tyre, ancient Tyre, if you read the chapter, first of all, it's a mix between ancient Tyre and Tarshish. Well, why this mix? It's all symbolism. And ancient Tyre was known for being a successful city because it was protected by, all around it, a body of water. That's why it's symbolism until, by the way, Alexander the Great overcame it by building a causeway across the Mediterranean to Tyre. So that's what Tyre is known for, but that's also how God set up his Gentile nation, America, to be protected from the rest of the world and its enemies by two vast expanses of water. All right, so, but it's mixed with Tarshish, and Tarshish, won't get into here the evidence, but that's Great Britain. That's literally in the text Great Britain. But why would God be mixing Great Britain with ancient Tyre? Well, there's a line in there that talks about the daughter of Tarshish. Well, what other country do you know of that's the daughter of another country? Right? It's only talking about America, the daughter of Great Britain. And so there's a lot of emphasis, though, on its ships, the ships of Tarshish. Well, Great Britain was the empire on which the sun never set because of its navy, because of its naval power, because of its ships, because of its trading with ships. It was separated from the rest of Europe as an island in order for this to be the case, for this to happen. It is the nation of ships. That's why it's Tarshish. Okay? Now, also America was a trading nation. And so that's the reason also why the line in Revelation chapter 8 speaks of ships with the destruction of what comes from the fiery mountain that falls into the ocean. Well, that's the volcano on the Canary Islands that will fall into the ocean after the asteroid hits and cause the mega tsunami on the east coast. And likewise, the volcano in Hawaii caused a mega tsunami on the west coast. Now, and also the Cascadia earthquake. But anyway, I'm getting off track. The point is, though, reference to ships in Revelation chapter 8 is for this purpose. That's why the Washington earthquake, the Washington, D.C. earthquake, the capital of the nation, Jesus spoke of watching for earthquake signs for his return. The big earthquake that shook 1/3 of the U.S. population, but centered on Washington, D.C. and caused millions of dollars of damage to the National Cathedral and cracked the Washington Monument. That earthquake, that symbolic judgment earthquake on America came or occurred on the date 8/23. It's because of Revelation chapter 8 with its reference of ships, which is a reference to Isaiah chapter 23. And the book of Revelation, furthermore, is filled with references back to the Old Testament and the book of Isaiah. But this is all about America here, and that's why the asteroid will hit on the date August 23rd, 8/23. Okay, now, this is also exactly 46 weeks, which isn't the 18th semi-prime number. It's actually the 4 times 4th semi-prime number. Let's go over here now. And the number 52 is 2 times 26, which is why God uses 52 in his signs to hint at 226. The 226th word in the Hebrew concordance, which is the word that means prophetic sign. This Trump, Musk, the day that Milton formed prophetic sign, was, sorry, this diagram's not correct. The day that Milton hit the U.S., which is far more relevant for what I'm talking about, is exactly 50 years, 2 months after Watergate. And in the Bible, judgment symbolically begins at the gate on a people or a nation. So Watergate, which is the day that Nixon resigned and Gerald Ford, the only unelected president in history, he was never elected vice president or president. He was appointed to both of those offices, just like how Barack Obama will be appointed instead of elected, and this will be how he overcomes the 22nd Amendment, which, by the way, is the reason for this 22 right here, too. And Trump being in the 22nd state right here, and the 2 plays with the 2 number 2s. It's also a hint at Obama, who will overcome the 22nd Amendment. Anyway, so this is a prophetic sign. Watergate connects to this water event when Milton slammed into Florida and Tampa dodged it, okay? Now, what we should do here now is finish this story with the connections to Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So, if you were a fan of Ferris Bueller's Day Off, hopefully you made it this far. Let's begin with, let's tell the story about one of the most famous scenes from the movie, which is the ending of the movie. Speaking of the end, as in the end times. The movie is known for its ending. I watched the movie as a kid with my 2 siblings and my father, and I still remember how funny and shocking the ending was. Because I was a kid and this sort of thing hadn't been done in movies before and whatever. But the movie ended with the scene in which the principal, who is the source of comedy in the movie, the principal that's after Ferris Bueller, if you know the movie, he is, after Ferris Bueller makes it home in time, and you have the climax and the ending, and everything turns out all right. We have the principal walking down the street, all disheveled and injured, pants ripped, blood, and the school bus comes up beside him slowly. The door opens and the school bus driver goes, "Hey, Principal Rooney." By the way, Rooney, the name of the principal, connects with Mickey Rooney here. That's not an accident. Now, so the name of the principal is Rooney. "Hey, Rooney, how's it going? Would you like a ride?" And, the guy really needs a ride. He can barely walk. He's limping. But he's quite annoyed that he has to get into a school bus. But it's very, very funny. He gets into the school bus and all the kids are silent. Speaking of silent, and Rooney. Whoa, I just realized that actually. Mickey Rooney is symbolism in God's signs for the silent movie era, and that's tying into the sound of silence before the trumpet judgments. And he gets onto the bus, and the scene is known for the silence of everyone. It's all silent. No one's talking, not one person after he gets into the bus. And this scene goes on for a while. It's a long scene. And that's what makes it so funny too, is that it just goes on, right? And all the kids are just staring stiff, motionless, with their jaws dropped, just staring at the principal. And you get the shot of him walking down the aisle in between the seats, slowly finding finally a seat to sit in at the back of the bus. And everyone's still silent. No one's moved. Not one movement. All right? And so it's the sound of silence. Whoa. It really is, okay? You get this. I'm just realizing this because as I'm trying to explain to you what's relevant here, I'm in the process of realizing there's another supporting evidence for this, and that's that it is the sound of silence. But not only that, what I was getting at was the music that was played at the time. Throughout the whole scene, an entire song is played. And that's music. And that's Paul Simon, because he's about music, but he's the sound of silence with his first hit. Okay, and Paul Simon was a pioneer in folk rock genre. This particular track that I'm referring to was a pioneering track in the electronic music genre. This movie was released in 1986 when electronic music was just being born, if you will. And this track was the first big hit. The first. God uses firsts for his signs. This was the first big electronic music track. I mean, it made the charts and stuff. This song became huge because of the Ferris Bueller's Day Off movie. And then this track was used in other movies too, including Michael J. Fox movie. And Fox, MJ is 23 in Simple English Gematria, and the Antichrist's number is 23, as I mentioned, but also Fox is 666 because F is the sixth letter of the alphabet, O is the 15th, 1 plus 5 equals 6, and X is the 24th letter, and 2 plus 4 equals 6. So it's 666. Michael J. Fox, MJ Fox. Okay, so you get it. Anyway, this song I'm talking about, that's a second witness for it being prophetic because it was used in this famous Michael J. Fox movie. Well, anyway, the song is a track composed by the group named Yellow. All right? And the song is Oh Yeah. You probably know the track. Oh Yeah, right? Well, what I'm describing here is how this movie and this track connect to the date and confirm the date of the eruption of Yellowstone volcano. And beryl is a yellow stone, one of the types of beryls. God was using beryl in order for this also, to point to Yellowstone. Oh, in fact, I almost forgot. In Hebrew, the word beryl is a homonym for Tarshish. That's right. In other words, a homonym is the same word with two different meanings, right? And the word beryl is a homonym with Tarshish. So with Tarshish, God is pointing to Yellowstone. That's another piece of evidence that Isaiah chapter 23 is about America, which is where Yellowstone is. Okay, so I explained more about Beryl and the significance of all of this in another Jimmy Carter video. But when the predictions come to pass, the wise person will recognize that they need to watch every minute of every video on this channel anyway. So, okay, so the movie with the song Yellow by Yellow is connecting to the eruption of Yellowstone, and I'll explain. The movie was released on June 11th, 1986, and it is 2 times 30 days, which hints at 23, but that's also 420 days, which hints at 42. 42 months is a period of time in the Bible prophecy that is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist, but the number 42 is always used in the Bible in context of slaughter, and the eruption of Yellowstone will cause a slaughter. So 2 times 30 weeks, exactly, okay? To this date here, which is when Matthew Broderick, who plays Ferris Bueller, got into a car crash, which was prophetic, okay? Before I continue that, though, I'm going to confirm this for you with a second witness, because this is how God's signs works. As I mentioned, God's big picture of signs is an interconnected web, and it works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. Okay, so the second witness here is Ferris Bueller, the famous scene, iconic scene of the movie when he gets on top of a float in a parade and starts singing or lip syncing but it's all Ferris Bueller designed. It's all just a movie, but somehow he has orchestrated what track gets played, what music gets played. It's a high volume. The whole city can hear it, you know. Anyway, and everyone's dancing in the streets while he is at the center of everything, on top of the stage, on the float, lip syncing as if he's the one that's singing the song. But who is he singing? What is he singing? He's John Lennon singing Twist and Shout. Okay? Now, because of, and this is more confirmation of the importance of music in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which lends further confirmation to the significance of the song Yellow or By Yellow, is that the use of Twist and Shout in the movie by the Beatles actually caused this song to re-enter the charts 22 years after it was first released by the Beatles in 1966. Okay, the song peaked at number 23, and that is astounding, because the Antichrist, again, is the basketball president who wore 23. But he's also from Chicago, and that's a place of 23 for basketball jerseys because of Michael Jordan, MJ, which, by the way, again, is 23 in simple English gematria. But the GOAT, greatest of all time, which God uses to hint at the GOAT Antichrist, wore 23 for the Chicago Bulls. Okay, so this, and the movie again, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, is about Chicago. And so they're in the parade in the streets of Chicago, and he's screaming or lip syncing the screaming of John Lennon of Twist and Shout. And it causes the song to re-enter the chart literally in the real world and peak at number 23. But that's so amazing, again, because of it being in Chicago. Now, that is a confirmation for the 2 times 30 weeks to the crash of Matthew Broderick. Now, the crash of Matthew Broderick is ultimately pointing to the crash of Kamala Harris. Okay? But here's the thing. Matthew Broderick's crash was exactly 2 times 13 months after the game that is in the movie. So the character Ferris Bueller and his friend Cameron and his girlfriend, they attend a baseball game. And it has been determined that the game that they were watching was played on June 5th, 1985. All right? So it's exactly 2 times 13 months in between this game that Matthew Broderick attended and his crash. By the way, the crash killed some people, from what I recall. It's a significant crash. All right? And I think it almost killed him, of course, too. But it killed other people, and anyway. So 2 times 13 hints at 213, which is the 69th semi-prime number, which is very relevant in terms of prophecy, because the most central prophecy in the Bible regards a period of 69 weeks. So that's why this 69th semi-prime number is hinted at here. All right? But that's a second witness to this connection right here, which is also involving the number 69. This is exactly 458 months from Broderick's crash, which connects to a baseball game, to this baseball game sign here when Milton formed, when the Dodgers began their series. All right? And again, it connects to the dodging of Milton by Tampa and the other Dodgers game, and Milton attended the first Dodgers game and all that. So the first day of Milton hints at the first day of Dodgers. Okay, so that's why that's relevant too. But we have this connection, this 458 months, well, 458, the sum of its divisors, which God uses, is 690. That's a 69. But also, 69, and God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning, is 23 plus 23 plus 23. So you have more 23s here connecting with these 23s. So all this is valid. And again, it's valid also because we are talking about baseball, and this stems from this movie that is attended a baseball game and the actual game itself that was filmed at. Both of these baseball dates connect to this baseball sign over here. Okay? And again, this, as I explained, connects to the date of the eruption of Yellowstone. Trump equals 88. This was a trumpet when Musk jumped onto the stage with Trump at the second time that he was in Butler. There's more to this, but why this is important for Trump, because it also connects to the date that he is predicted to die. But anyway, it's 88% of a year, and that's a Trump. TRUMP is equal to 88. Trump is trumpeting, in other words, the destruction of America. And that's the overarching theme of the Trump signs in general. Since the rise of Trump, God has been using Trump to trumpet and warn the destruction of America and the rise of the Antichrist, which is why the thing that lifted Trump up in the first place was calling out Barack Obama for specifically cheating and not having been born in America. And hence the courthouse, the unconstitutional president, who was president from 2009 until 17, which is why the date 9/17 in America is Constitution Day. Okay, so anyway, you see here that the song Yellowstone connects to the eruption of, the song Yellow connects to the eruption of Yellowstone. Okay, But also, Yellowstone is in the 44th state, and the caldera is situated on the 44th latitudinal line. And 46 weeks is the exact connection, and 46 is the 4 times 4th semi-prime number. All right? Okay. Now, another thing, too, is that the game in Chicago, where the 44th president is from, is exactly 40 years and 4 months before this baseball sign here. This is a second witness that confirms all of this. And again, all of this involves the number 23, and God pairs 23 and 44 together to confirm his signs and connections. Because if we think about it, the simple way in which God would provide a second witness for us, which is what is required, is through pairing certain numbers together. And 23 and 44, I know are the numbers because I have been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 6 years. And 23 and 44 essentially because the 44th president is the basketball president who wore 23. And so that's why this 40 years and 4 months is astounding, because it isn't an isolated thing. It connects, it's a second witness to these connections, which are all about the number 23. And it connects to Chicago. The game was in Chicago. And the score was 4-2 in that game, which hints at 42. And again, the number 42 in Bible prophecy is symbolic of the Antichrist. But this wouldn't be anything if this weren't a baseball sign over here. But it is. And it leads to this baseball sign when Tampa dodged Milton, and this other Dodgers game sign here, which I explained earlier. Oh, and by the way, I forgot this. Will Smith plays for the Dodgers. And we already talked about Milton Berle dying exactly 20 years before Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. I forgot to mention this. Will Smith plays for the Dodgers, and on this day, he had 5 at-bats and 2 runs and 2 RBIs. The 2 runs and 2 RBIs parallel the tying of the series 2-2 and the 2+2 days, and confirm the 22nd Amendment being overcome by Obama, right? And also the mark of the Antichrist. But also, it hints at 52, and again, I explained how 52 is 2 times 26, and that hints at H226, which is the word in the Hebrew concordance that means prophetic sign, right? 50 years and 2 months from Watergate. So yeah, Will Smith plays for the Dodgers. And we were talking about Milton Berle, who attended the Dodgers game, and he died exactly 20 years before Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. That's amazing too. I forgot to mention that. Okay. Now, back to this. The story, there's someone, I think it was John Hughes, or someone involved in the production of the movie, said that they believed that the main character of the movie was actually Cameron, not Ferris Bueller. Anyway, Ferris Bueller's friend, Cameron, is throughout the whole movie wearing a hockey jersey of the Detroit Red Wings, number 9, Gordie Howe, the king of hockey. All this king symbolism, again, points to the Antichrist king and King Apollyon from the bottomless pit in Revelation chapter 9. Oh, I shouldn't say that lightly. I should say King Apollyon in Revelation chapter 9, which is why Gordie Howe, the king of hockey, wore jersey number 9. Which is why this jersey is throughout the whole movie. Okay? It's a big part of the movie. That's why Gordie Howe died exactly 30 years after the release of the movie. And that is amazing beyond words. That's jaw-dropping. Because in the Bible, the 30 years is symbolic of a king. David was made king at 30, and so was Joseph. So 30 years is symbolic of a king. And we have this 30 years connection between the movie with the jersey throughout the movie to the death of the player that wore that jersey, Gordie Howe, number 9. Now, Gordie Howe, number 9, wore the Red Wings jersey, and he died, number 9, exactly 900.00% of a year before the rapture, on Pentecost on June 8th, 2025. That's so amazing, and that's why it is the Red Wings, because it is said in Bible prophecy that God's faithful will fly in the rapture. If you don't know what the rapture is, it's Christianity's most preposterous idea, if you will, when God's faithful will instantly disappear and not die and be forever with the Lord. They will meet the Lord in the clouds, as it is said. They will fly. And then they will return with the Lord at his second coming on the Day of Atonement in 2025. And they will return in their resurrected bodies. But this is amazing. The death of number 9 for the Red Wings, 900.00% of a year to the rapture when God's faithful will fly. Well, we have a second witness to this connection up here at the top. Okay, so the rapture will be exactly 522 months after John Lennon was shot. Okay? Now, 522, G522, is take away, used in the context of bridegroom in the Bible. Or to remove. That's the rapture. God will be removing, taking away his faithful from the earth in an escape from the severe persecution from the Antichrist. Okay? And that's amazing. And of course, the church is symbolic of a bride, and Christ is symbolic of a bridegroom. But Jesus is speaking of this when it's mentioned in the Bible, this word, okay? Now, the sum of the divisors of 522 is 1,170, and that's extremely prophetic too, because God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning, and 1,170 is 390 plus 390 plus 390. Now, 390 is a number in the book of Ezekiel that's very prophetic, but also the 390th word in the Greek concordance is the word return. The Apostle James used this word to quote Amos 9:11, which regards the Lord returning to rebuild his temple. The temple that Lord Jesus Christ will dwell in Jerusalem on the Temple Mount in the 1,000 years of peace, in the Messianic age, which will begin at the end of 2025. All right. Now, why John Lennon? Okay. So we're talking about the iconic scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, in which Ferris Bueller sings Twist and Shout by John Lennon and the Beatles. And that caused the song to re-enter the charts and all of this. And there's a reason, so that's why it's relevant to what all of we were talking about here. But also there's a second witness here, because the release of this movie that has John Lennon in it is 54 months and 3 days, and 543 is the 170th semi-prime number. And it is also 4 years, 6 months, and 3 days, which is the 90th prime number, 463. And by the way, God pairs 9 and 23 together, because the basketball president that wore 23 was inaugurated in 2009. And he was president from 2009 until 2017. And that's why this confirms each other. This is the second witness here to this confirmation, to this connection. All right? And so the movie that is about John Lennon with the twist and shout connects to the date that John Lennon died. Now, how did John Lennon die? Well, he died from a SHOT. And things that come out of guns and go into people are symbolic of the things that come out of things and go into people. The mark of the Antichrist. Okay? Now, that's confirmed here too with this number here, which is exactly 402 months, which since at 42, the number that's used in context of slaughter every time it's used in the Bible and is symbolic. 42 months is a period of time in the Bible prophecy that symbolizes the period of the Antichrist. And so 402 months is clearly a hint at 42 months. But that's relevant because why? We're talking about an SHOT here, and it connects to Milton Berle, who I explained earlier is Uncle Milltown, which is all about the thing industry. You know what I'm talking about. And owned by the company named Carter. And all of this points to the death of Jimmy Carter, too, predicted to be on November 4th, the day before the shoplifted referendum. Lost Paradise, 5th of November, John Milton books, right? Okay. And also, it's 33 years and 6 months, and G, 336, is the word in the Greek concordance that means to put to death, yeah. So anyway, and John Lennon died. So how he died is very important. It's prophetic. It hints at the SHOTs. All right? And also, though, this is amazing. We're talking about the song Twist and Shout, which is what Kamala Harris will be doing when she's falling from the sky in her plane, about to crash into a baseball stadium on her way back to LA where the Dodgers play. She will be twisting and shouting. And I've explained how her predicted death on November 27th connects with exactly 7 weeks, which is 49 days, and she's the 49th vice president, to the hitting of Milton on the day of the Dodgers game and Tampa dodging Milton, which is 2 + 2 days. And I explained how that's relevant because the Dodgers tied the series 2-2, and the Will Smith player had 2 runs and 2 RBIs. Anyway, that gets us to this date, which is another Dodgers game, and the day that Milton formed. Milton was at the first Dodgers game. And that connects to the movie, which has the song, a big part of the movie, the memorable moment of the movie when Ferris Bueller sings Twist and Shout. One thing I forgot here is this 77 years exact connection from the first Milton Berle show, Mr. Television, Uncle Milltown, which is about the thing industry, to the day of the rapture. And the rapture is about the rescue of God's faithful from the severe persecution from the Antichrist, which will be through the thing from the thing industry. 77 years is relevant because, well, it's God's number, signature number. And in the book of Joshua is a parallel with the book of Revelation. And in fact, the book of Revelation, the book of Joshua is the key to understanding the book of Revelation in some respects. And in many respects. And in Revelation, there's this enactment symbolically of the sevens. On the 7th day, they blew 7 trumpets. So that's a 7-7 right there, right? And we're talking about the rapture. Them, the Israelites taking the promised land, is symbolism for the rapture, when God's faithful take the promised land, right? And also, though, You can look at this two other ways. One, 77 is 11 times 7, and that hints at 117, which is a number that God uses as symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist. Okay, there's a couple reasons. The mark of the Antichrist is in Revelation chapter 13, and the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment, and 117 is 9 times 13. But also, number 117 is symbolic of division, separation. That's what the rapture will be, a separation of God's faithful from the world. The verse, phrase, let it divide in the first chapter of Genesis in Hebrew is equal to 117 in Hebrew gematria. The middle chapter, the dividing chapter of the Bible, is Psalm 117. And the purpose of the mark of the Antichrist is to divide the sheep from the goats. Okay, so you could also look at it as 7 times 11, and the flood judgment began in Genesis 7:11, when the ark lifted up high above the earth, which is also a type or a symbolic foreshadow, if you will, of the rapture. Because again, the people who will be raptured will be lifted up high above the earth. Okay. I may have forgotten to emphasize this earlier, which is that the score of the Dodgers game of 0-8 was a confirmation of this connection of 93 days because Milton Berle died at the age of 93. And again, this was the day that Milton hit Florida and the Dodgers game, and Milton Berle was at the first Dodgers game. And this 0-8 score is confirmation for this connection because, again, Beryl, as in Burl, the hurricane hit on the 8th day of the month, but it was the 8th storm in history named Beryl, and Beryl in the book of Revelation is the 8th stone. So that's why the 0-8 score here. And again, Milton Berle starred in this movie, Tess of the Storm, which was 80 minutes long. And speaking of that, I think I also forgot to mention that this movie is a silent movie. And this is part of the connections here pointing to Paul Simon, who is symbolism for the sound of silence. At the first Dodgers game, Milton Berle was in attendance along with Mickey Rooney, who was the last star from the silent era movie era. Okay, I explained that earlier. So that's why the significance here of this first Milton Berle film and it being a silent film and it being about a storm, and we are talking about this storm named Milton. Okay, so this video has talked about the day that Hurricane Milton hit Florida on October 9th. All right, and this was the day that Tampa dodged Milton. Again, Tampa being one of the 10 most vulnerable cities in the world. A direct hit would destroy the city. And on this day, Tampa dodged the Hurricane Milton, and we talked about how this was the day of a prophetic Dodgers baseball game, and Milton Berle and Mickey Rooney attended the first Dodgers game ever in Los Angeles. So let's pick up with that right here, which is that Milton hit the beaches of Florida. Okay, Milton hit the beaches of Florida on October 9th. Tampa dodged the storm on the day that the Dodgers tied the series 2-2, 2 plus 2 days after the series began on the day that Milton first formed, which was 7 days after the watch of Dodgers pitcher number 7+7+7 was stolen at a horse racing track. Mickey Rooney was the star of the game at the first Dodgers game in Los Angeles because of his antics on top of the dugout. Mickey Rooney starred as a horse trainer in the movie The Black Stallion that takes place on a beach after a shipwreck caused by a storm. Okay, so Milton hit the beaches. Milton was a storm. This connects to the stolen Dodgers watch at a horse race track. Mickey Rooney was nominated for an Oscar award for his role as a horse trainer in the movie The Black Stallion, which was a movie that was directed by Francis Ford Coppola. This movie takes place on a beach after a storm, right? There's a ship, the plot of the movie, shipwreck caused by a storm. The kid and the horse end up on the beach and develop their relationship, okay? So it's a movie about a beach. Mickey Rooney stars in this movie and was nominated for an Oscar. He was only nominated for 2 in his entire career. This was one of them. But this lines up with this Dodgers sign because of the beaches that were hit by Milton on the day that Tampa dodged Milton, okay? It's amazing. Now, here is where the new breakthrough here. Milton hit the beaches of Florida 12 days after Francis Ford Coppola's new $120 million movie bombed at the box office. This was a big story, how the first day of this movie in the theaters, it bombed. Francis Ford Coppola, the big part of the story is how it's his pet project that he's been developing for decades and finally has made this movie, and he has invested essentially all of his own money to make the movie, and then it bombed, all right? He was relying on his reputation to make this movie successful, I suppose you could say. So it's a big story in the news. Like, there's a lot of focus and curiosity and interest with this Coppola megalopolis movie story. And the story is that he invested $120 million into it. That's the story. The story is about its financing and how it bombed and how no distributor wanted to take the movie and all of this. So it's the story of this movie has been about its financing. And that number in that story is $120 million. That's why it's astounding that this beach Milton story that, as I just explained, ties to Mickey Rooney, gets us back to Francis Ford Coppola. But because he directed The Black Stallion, and Milton hit the beaches 12 days after Coppola's movie bombed that cost $120 million. Okay, so that's astounding, right? Okay. Now let's go back up to here. The movie The Black Stallion is a color, okay? So the connection, as I've just explained now, Milton and the Dodgers and Mickey Rooney and Merle, okay? Black Stallion is the connection here, and that has in its title the color black. Black is a color, which emphasizes the importance of colors. Black and orange are the colors of Halloween. Paul Simon will be the sound of silence for a half an hour. Okay, so his death will be 7 + 7 + 7 days. I've explained already the relevance of that. After Milton hit the beaches, which, as I've just now explained, points to the movie The Black Stallion, and that's a color of black, but orange is the other color of Halloween. Now, I've explained this 7 plus 7 plus 7 days to the date it is predicted that Paul Simon will die, the day before Halloween. Hurricane Milton hit the coast of Florida, and Tampa dodged it in the evening on the 9th, but the hurricane then was traversing over the peninsula of Florida on the 10th. And on the 10th, Trump trumpeted about the farce that was the 60 Minutes interview of Kamala Harris. Okay, that was another bogus interview, and Trump trumpeted it because Trump is God's trumpet. All right, and furthermore, as I explained earlier, I believe, in this video, maybe I didn't, but I've explained it countless times, Trump is symbolic of the book of Joshua when trumpets were blown before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment, hence why the connection between Trump and the southern border wall of security, but also why Trump on the day of his inauguration in the year ending in a 7 was exactly 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, and on and on. So Trump is a 3 sets of 7. And Trump trumpeted a period of time, 60 minutes, because of the name of the show, 7 plus 7 plus 7 days before Halloween. Now, this is all relevant because Trump is associated with the color orange. His detractors, his critics, label him the Orange Man. Okay, so Trump is associated with the color of orange. But the fascinating thing here is that so is Francis Ford Coppola because of the movie The Godfather. Coppola's big movie The Godfather, which is symbolic or points to Trump. The Godfather is symbolic of Trump. Not that Trump is a criminal or a gangster. No. It's just symbolism. Trump is the alpha male of the Republican conservative movement, if you will. That's the connection. Now let's tell this story here that God has communicated. It's so amazing. The storm went over the area of Florida, which is Milton, after it hit the coast, went over the area of Florida in which oranges are grown, right? There's a region of Florida where oranges are grown, and that's exactly where Milton hit. Milton, in other words, was pointing to oranges. It's very clear, okay? If you look at a map of Florida, not the entire state is known for growing oranges. The region that's known for growing oranges was exactly the region that was hit by the hurricane when it passed over the peninsula. The Hurricane Milton was also known for ripping the roof off of the stadium in Tampa named Tropicana. Tropicana is a company that was founded 77 years ago in Florida for growing oranges. Okay, again, Trump is a 3 sets of 7. We've established this. We've got the 7 plus 7 plus 7 days from the day that the Milton went over the orange growing region of Florida to Halloween. The colors of Halloween are black and orange, and these are the 2 colors we are receiving through God's signs, which confirms through the 7 plus 7 plus 7 days this 77 years from the founding of the company in Florida. Okay, so This is important. This is relevant. This ripping the roof off of the stadium. Furthermore, earlier in the video, we were talking about the fire on the roof of the Saints Stadium that connected with exactly 36 months to the fire just outside of Dodger Stadium at the courthouse. And we are talking about an upcoming shoplifted referendum that'll be litigated in the courts. And we are talking about the rise of the Antichrist, the unconstitutional president becoming the president again through overcoming the 22nd Amendment. Hence the 2 + 2 days between the day that Milton first formed and the storm hitting the orange growing region of Florida. Okay, so this is important. So now we've got this established here. That's why it's amazing that not only was the Tropicana the Tropicana Stadium hit, but the roof was torn off. Okay, because it's all about the roof. No, the Dodger Stadium doesn't have a roof, but the storm was seen through where a roof would be outside of the stadium. But we had the fire on the roof of the stadium in New Orleans. Okay, so not only this though, on the day of this, and that was one of the biggest things that was reported after Milton first hit, was how there's even video of it, right? So this is a big part of this Milton story. The roof of Tropicana Stadium being ripped off. Tropicana again being about oranges. Well, anyway, on the same day, on October 9th, the historic Tropicana Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas was demolished. Yes, on the same day that the roof was ripped off of Tropicana Stadium, the hotel in Las Vegas that's historic and is named Tropicana was demolished. This is so amazing. It's such astounding confirmation that we are on the right track here with this orange theme. Okay? And furthermore, Trump is associated with towers. This Tropicana Hotel is a tower. So that's more confirmation that we are being pointed to the Orange Man. Also, by the way, Trump resides in Florida, the state that Milton hit and tore the roof off of the orange making company named Stadium, Tropicana. Okay. Now, Las Vegas is Sin City, and it is in the 36th state. 36, as I explained, is symbolic of 666. 3 sixes, but also the 36th triangular number, 666, and on and on. Now, Milton Berle, the television star, after his show, went to Las Vegas. So Milton Berle is known for being a Las Vegas attraction. That's another connection here, because we were talking about Hurricane Milton ripping the roof off of the Tropicana Stadium, and we have this sign in Las Vegas regarding the Tropicana Hotel. And by the way, collapsed towers in the Bible are symbolic of judgment. That's another reason why that sign is relevant. But this ties to Milton Berle, who is associated with Las Vegas. Milton Berle's television career was in Chicago, as I explained earlier, and the company Tropicana is headquartered in Chicago, although it was founded 77 years ago in Florida. From the day that Milton hit, again, it is exactly 7 weeks, 49 days, to the predicted death of Kamala Harris, the 49th vice president, and she is predicted to crash into a baseball stadium. That's right. Tropicana Stadium is a baseball stadium. It's where the Major League Baseball team in Tampa plays baseball. And Kamala Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash exactly 7 weeks later into a baseball stadium, as I have been explaining here. That's astounding, right? So that's a big reason why God has pointed to this Tropicana Stadium. But in the process of doing so, in providing the second witnesses, he's also pointing to President Trump, the orange man. All right? Another thing, God has been using this man named Nick Wallenda in his signs. Nick Wallenda is an extreme performer who has said that his tightrope walking is his ministry, his service to God. And although I have never heard him say this, a tightrope and a man walking across with a balancing pole engenders a cross with the man at the center. There was a prophetic sign, for example, where Nick Wallenda walked across the lake of fire. He engendered a cross with a man in the center above the fiery pit of the volcano in, I believe, Nicaragua. The name of that volcano is Messiah, spelled M-A-S-A-Y-A, which obviously hints at the Messiah in the Bible. So anyway, Nick Wallenda is very important in God's signs. And the reason for this, one reason, is his name Nick, which hints at the Nicolaitans, that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth in these times. Now, a lot of people believe, actually pretty much everyone believes, that it's not possible to know what Jesus was talking about, which is absurd. The book of Revelation is written for our time. Jesus mentioned the Nicolaitans twice in his letters to the 7 churches. The letters to the 7 churches are extremely important, and he mentions Nicolaitans twice and says that he hates them and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that, doesn't say he hates them, he hates the teachings and the works of them. Okay? And he's coming to make war on it. And people believe that it's not possible to know what he's talking about. That's absurd. The reason why they believe that is because it's talking about them. And they don't want to see it. Their spirit will not allow them to see it. It's very obvious. It's so in front of their face, they can't even see it. The Nicolaitans, it's easy. It's not a mysterious people that were in the first century that no longer exist, or rather, I should say, is no longer relevant to our time, or rather, it's obscure. We can't know. This is the mainstream thinking. It's obscure. We can't really know what Jesus was talking about, but we can take a couple of remote guesses as to what or who the Nicolaitans were and try to extrapolate that, who they might have been, as a sort of lesson for us in our day. If you believe that, in my opinion, that doesn't mean that you have this perspective on the entire Bible, but in this case, you really don't believe. You really don't have much faith, actually, if you actually believe that. You don't have much faith in what Jesus was doing and saying, to think that it's some obscure thing that Jesus made somewhat of a mistake, in other words, by saying such a thing, because we don't have a clear connection as to what he was exactly talking about. And so we can just take perhaps some vague guesses and move on and not make much of a big deal about it, therefore. Because if it's just like that, then, we're not going to pay much attention to that. We're just going to move on to the rest of the book or whatever. But Jesus mentioned it twice. So in other words, again, you do not have much faith if you believe that. So therefore, what is the answer? Well, the answer is simple, like it ought to be. The answer is contained in the word. The word is Greek. It comes from ruling over the laity. That's what the word means. Nicolaitan means ruling over the laity. Jesus hates this. Every denomination, the 45,000 different denominations, all have a unique claim to the truth. The only way that is possible, in other words, by definition, a denomination has a teaching that contradicts the teachings of Jesus. They all suppress the teachings of Jesus, all of them, all of the denominations, in order to have their unique teaching. But they must, in some way, obscure or contradict the teachings of Jesus. Okay? And that's why Jesus forbid Nicolaitans. He forbid it. He said, you only have one teacher. Do not call anyone else your teacher. There's only one shepherd. We do not have shepherds underneath Jesus. The writings of Peter and John and James support this, and some of the writings of Paul. There are some of the writings of Paul in his latter writings, I suppose, when he was getting frustrated with the churches, and he said some things that clearly contradict the teachings of Jesus and Peter and John and James. Okay? So you can decide for yourself how to make that, what to make of that, of Paul's writings in the book of Timothy, for example. Okay, is the Bible inerrant? Well, how are you going to overcome this contradiction? Okay, so I'm getting off track here, but it's important. Jesus, when asked, the first warning that Jesus gave to the disciples regarding the end times was a warning of people claiming to be Christ. The text says that many will come claiming to be anointed. So the word Christ is actually from the word Christ is from Hebrew Messiah, which simply means anointed one. There are many other instances of anointed ones in the Bible that do not refer to Lord Jesus Christ. So, but people interpret this because they don't understand this, that Jesus is actually saying there'll be many people coming to claiming to be Lord Jesus Christ. But that's not what he said. He said many would come and claim to be anointed, and that they would lead many people astray. Well, if he was referring to people coming to and claiming to be Lord Jesus Christ, first of all, there haven't been many of those, and those that have claimed that have been immediately recognized by everyone as being in poor mental health. So this prophecy doesn't fit, or this interpretation of it, it doesn't make any sense. That's not what Jesus was referring to. Jesus was referring to anointed ones, people claiming to be anointed, which is pastors, priests, bishops, popes. Okay? So that's the Nicolaitan. And the Nicolaitans aren't only these people. but the sycophant followers of these people. And all of them suppress the teachings of Jesus. And the denominations are, that's why also Jesus forbid preaching for money. And that's not even contradicted by Paul. The passages that these pastors use to claim that they are entitled to preach for money are actually taken out of context or twisted. If you just read the verses that come before it or after, it's clear that Paul is talking about, in some instances, exchanging ministry work for food. But Jesus forbid preaching for money. And he knew exactly why, because it would lead to these money-funded institutions that would institutionalize and cement and pass down from generation to generation these egregious, abhorrent errors that are within all of the denominations. Okay, all of these denominations are, by definition, money-funded and with leaders that are paid, which pass down the egregious errors. Okay, so this is the Nicolaitan doctrine that Jesus hates. All of these errors, whether it be the Catholicism error, but also the errors of the evangelical culture with its pastors, which is sovereign grace, Calvinism, dispensationalism, free grace, which the Lord has also specifically identified through his prophetic science. That I'm not going to get into that. But I've gone into this enough now. The Lord has given me the Lord has given me this ministry in order to communicate this, and so that's why I went off for, I don't know, probably about 15 minutes talking about this now. Back to what we were saying, but what you need to do is read the links that I'll provide in the description box below this video. Go to the website, trumpprediction.com or harriscrashprediction.com, and also watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. But that's how important it is. Now I've just explained what the Nicolaitan doctrine is. The thing that will make what I have just explained the truth is the prediction. The reason why, the purpose for this prediction that is from God is to prove what I have just said. It is now more dangerous than ever to be following a pastor. All right? This arrangement of coming together and assembling that was inherited from Catholicism, of lining up in rows and paying for a performance of some well-talking alpha male for 45 minutes to an hour and then go home, whatever. That's not, first of all, community. Also, Paul said even, if someone is speaking and another one has been inspired to say something, let the person who is speaking be silent and let the person who wants to say something say something. When do you ever see that in a church? If someone were to do that, they would be immediately escorted out of the church and probably asked never to return. This is a monopoly on information. This is communism. This is socialism. This form of socialism is produced just like political socialist states, infantile citizenry. That's the inevitable result of following someone and like the state, taking care of someone. Furthermore, John said in the first John 2:27, you do not need a teacher. You do not need to be taught. You have the Holy Spirit. You have the Holy Spirit. You do not need a teacher to teach you the Bible. You have the Bible, you have the Holy Spirit, and you have fellowship. You do not need pastors. Pastors become a problem, just like when the state tries to take care of people, it produces an infantile, immature, easily led astray population. Just look at the examples of history. All right? So there's coming judgment for this. Jesus hates this and is coming to make war on this. There's judgment happening currently. When your, for example, pastor or priest said, make your own decision about the thing and whether or not to take it or whatever, and said, no, it's not the mark of the Antichrist when it is, you were led astray. And why? Because Jesus is coming to make war on the Nicolaitans. It was the mark of the Antichrist. And the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have taken it. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that one cannot repent after taking it. Okay, so now that I've explained Nik Wallenda enough, Nik Wallenda performed, and God has used his performances for prophetic signs, he performed his death wheel. Okay? Nik, this is a church sign. Nik Wallenda, okay? He's a 7th generation extreme performer of the Wallenda family, actually, and the number 7 is God's signature number. He performed his death wheel on top of the Tropicana Hotel roof, which is 23 stories high. The reason for that is the Antichrist is associated with the number 23, the basketball president that wore this number in high school, but also 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666, and also Jesus said to Peter that before the rooster crows twice, he would deny him 3 times. That's symbolic of denying Jesus, which is what taking the mark of the Antichrist is tantamount to. All right? It's a spiritual abomination. Every quote-unquote Christian should have known this, and they did know it and took it anyway. They all know that the industry, for all of its things, uses aborted genetic cell material from unborn babies. I'm using my words differently for for what purpose. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, and anyway, also the mark of the Antichrist changes a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. That's why the death wheel on top of the 23-story Tropicana roof. Okay? All right, now, the day that he did this, which is amazing confirmation, was 17 times 17 times 17 days before the Tropicana was demolished. Okay, so that's 17 to the power of 3, or also, and that hints at G317, a number that God uses here. G317, the Antichrist will first become the 51st vice president, and 51 is 17 plus 17 plus 17, 3 times 17. Okay, and G317 is the word in the Greek concordance that means unwillingly, compel by force. Okay, that's what the Antichrist does with the mark of the Antichrist. Compels people to take it unwillingly. Those who took it to keep their job, for example, in order to be able to fly and go on vacations. You failed the test. You failed to sacrifice. That was the test. What is more important, doing the right thing or the convenience? That was why some people were forced with the situation of choosing between their job and taking the thing. Read the prophecy. That's what the mark of the Antichrist is all about. And that's what happened. Okay. So, also 17 pairs with the 9 plus 9 plus 9th state, where Tropicana was founded and also where the stadium of the named Tropicana was ripped off. Okay, because God pairs 9 and 23, because the basketball president who wore 23 was inaugurated in 2009. Okay, so here's the thing here. Back to Francis Ford Coppola and The Godfather. I didn't know this before, but oranges are associated with the movie The Godfather. All right, so if you didn't know, it's widely known. Just because I didn't know it doesn't mean it isn't widely known. In fact, I don't know a lot of things that are widely known, especially in pop culture. But it's widely known that oranges are associated with the movie The Godfather. Before all of the scenes in which someone is going to die, there is a scene of oranges. Now, it's been explained that the producers of The Godfather didn't do this intentionally. They put oranges on the set in order to add some color to the set that was otherwise a very dark set. That's why there's constantly oranges in the movie. But if you watch the movie, if you pay attention, the oranges scenes occur directly before something bad is going to happen to the person that's in the scene with the oranges. Okay, so for example, before Vito Corleone, the Godfather, died from a heart attack, he put an orange peel in his mouth to amuse his grandson. Okay, that happened right before he died of the heart attack. Okay? Oh, and by the way, people picked up on this connection with oranges, and then in the subsequent movies, Godfather 2 and 3, they did use oranges deliberately. But they didn't do it in the first instance. It was just a coincidence. But not because it's designed by God. And again, as I was saying, Vito Corleone, the Godfather, is symbolic of the Orange Man. And the Orange Man is predicted to die from a heart attack on January 1st, 2025. And the Godfather died from a heart attack in the movie after he put an orange peel in his mouth to amuse his grandson, okay? So, Vito Corleone, the Godfather, is symbolic of Trump, the Orange Man. Trump will die from a heart attack exactly 12 weeks, which is 84 days, after Tropicana was demolished. Now, by the way, what I didn't know at the time of writing this is that day that the Tropicana was demolished, as I just explained, was 12 days after the $120 million movie bombed by Francis Ford Coppola. And Francis Ford Coppola made Godfather. Okay? And Godfather is Trump. And again, Trump is predicted to die 12 weeks after the Tropicana was demolished, which was 12 days after the $120 million movie that bombed by Coppola, who is currently 84. You know, I didn't even realize that till just now. But this 12 weeks is 84 days, and Coppola is 84. And that's the big thing here about the story about his new movie, is that it's his last movie. It's his big, and that's why he spent the $120 million on it. It's like his big pet project, right? So he spent the $120 million on it because he's, about to die, and he's might as well spend his money on something. And he wanted to make this movie for decades, so let's make it. And it's $120 million that bombed 12 days before the Milton hit the beaches and Tampa dodged the storm, and all of that, as I explained, which hinted at the Black Stallion movie made by Coppola, who's starring Mickey Rooney. And anyway, that's another 12 weeks, which is 84 days, and Coppola is 84, to the day of the big day when the Orange Man is predicted to die from a heart attack. All right, that's astounding. What can I tell you, right? The night Milton, as in Burl, Las Vegas, Dodgers, etc., came ashore and passed over the orange growing region of Florida on 10/10. On 10/10, there was one death and a rescue of 12 from the gold mine, which confirms the 12 weeks, 12 days, 12 weeks. Gold is orange. So this is an extremely important sign. I can't get into it. It's a subject for another video. But it just, because all of the signs overlap, I have to mention it. And that's the difficult thing about explaining God's signs, is because they all overlap. When you explain one, it connects to another, and that other thing is necessary to explain to confirm the thing you're talking about. But in the process, you have to explain that one, and that one is connected to other things which are required to explain that one, and it just goes off into infinity. Okay, so anyway, the gold mine is orange, or gold is orange, and the date 10/9 is 12 weeks, and 10/10 is 12 weeks inclusive count. It's also valid before the orange man will die from a heart attack on January 1st. Trump is known for his towers. On Trump's birthday, in his first prophetic year in office, was the horrific 23-story Grenfell Tower fire in the UK, which was 23 days after 23 deaths in the Manchester Arena bombing during a concert of an American singer when Trump was in the UK, or was in Europe. No, yeah, he was in. Yeah, he was in. In his first trip, he went to. He became the first sitting president to visit the Wall in Jerusalem in May, and then he went to Rome. But didn't he go and visit the Queen maybe on the same trip in May of 2017? I think so. Well, anyway, and that would also be relevant because, anyway, it was an American singer, 23 deaths in the Manchester Arena bombing, 23 days before the 23-story Grenfell Tower in the UK. Nick Wallenda performed the death wheel on top of the 23-story Tropicana, 17 to the power of 3 days before Tropicana was destroyed, on the day that Milton, as in Milton Berle in Las Vegas, hit the 9 + 9 + 9th state where Trump resides, giving us a 9 and 17. On 10/10, trumpeted that CBS should lose its license for its 60 Minutes, which is 2 times 30, which is a 23 interview. This was on the day of the gold mine, as in Yellowstone, as in the Yellowstone volcano, 317 days before Yellowstone in the 44th state is predicted to erupt. Okay, so that's the thing here too, as I just, hopefully you appreciate 317 days. Okay, so I'll explain it just again. The Nick Wallenda, okay, and he walked across a volcano. I just realized that, okay, so as I mentioned earlier, okay. So Nick Wallenda did his Tropicana Tower, 23-story tower sign, exactly 17 times 17 times 17 days, in other words, 17 to the power of 3, to the demolition of the Tropicana Hotel, which was on the same day as the roof was ripped off of the Tropicana Stadium in Florida, where Trump resides. And this day is 317 days to the Yellowstone volcano predicted eruption, all right? And that's in the 44th state, and God pairs 23 and 44 because the 44th president was the basketball president who wore 23. And furthermore, we also had tied into all of this, as I just mentioned, this very prophetic sign that occurred at this time on the same day of the rescue from the gold mine in Colorado, which is near Yellowstone also. Okay, and well, that's amazing because, as I just mentioned, Nick Wallenda furthermore is associated with the volcano. In fact, I wonder if we could make a connection from the date he walked across the volcano to connect to all of this. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, and by the way, the volcano Yellowstone will erupt on August 23rd, 2025. Okay, so on 9/21, Trump dodged a debate with Harris. On this same day was a fire at the old courthouse near Dodger Stadium. Bueller was the starting pitcher in the game. The fire was seen from the seats in the stadium during the game. The score was 6-3 against the team from Colorado. This was 6 times 3 days, as I explained earlier, to the Tropicana baseball stadium sign and the Dodgers sign, which hinted at Milton, who attended the first Dodgers game. Milton formed on the day that the Dodgers series first began. The score was 5-7. 5 plus 7 equals 12, and 10-9 is 12 weeks before Trump's death. The connection to Milton and Dodgers equals Rooney, Merle, Black Stallion gives us Coppola on 10-9. Black is a color, which emphasizes the importance of colors. We already said all of this. Okay. Trump is known for living in the 27th, or rather 9 plus 9 plus 9th state. The Godfather trilogy contains an orange motif. Florida is known for oranges. Trump is the orange man. The Godfather was released exactly 27th prime number plus 27th prime number plus 27th prime number, and God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning, after Trump was born. Okay, in The Godfather dies from a heart attack after putting an orange peel in his mouth to amuse his grandson. Okay, so again, in this movie, The Godfather, it's widely known that the scenes in which the oranges appear directly precede the calamity for that person that's in the scene with the orange. Okay, now what I'm explaining is that Trump is associated with Florida and oranges, and the hurricane went over the orange growing region of Florida, and on the day we had the Tropicana Stadium roof ripped off, and the tower, and Trump is associated with towers, demolished, and that's all orange motif as well. In other words, what God is saying here is that this orange sign is directly preceding the death of the orange man from Florida. Okay, do you appreciate? And again, the connection is 12 weeks, which is 84 days, and Coppola is 84 years old, which is a big part of the story regarding his new movie, how it's his last, because he's 84 years old. It's huge. The Godfather is the sign that's predicting the death of President Trump. Okay, now, this is amazing. What's confirming this? So Trump lives in the 27th state. The 27th prime number, by the way, is 103. And so this is, in other words, 309 days, which that in itself hints at 3 nines. 309. And the number 9 is the number that symbolizes God's judgment, and 3 nines is 27. So anyway, so you have a double confirmation, actually, because 309 hints at the 27th state as well. But The Godfather was released exactly 309 months. In other words, the 27th prime plus 27th prime plus 27th prime after Trump was born. In other words, the movie The Godfather, I forget exactly what date, but it would have been released on the 14th of the month to make it an exact connection. So The Godfather is clearly pointing to President Trump. And now we know that the Godfather movie is known for these oranges that precedes the calamity or death of the person in the scene. And this is clearly, again, I'm repeating myself, but that's just because it's so amazing. This is preceding the death of President Trump. And it is Coppola, and it's 84 days, and Coppola is 84. Wow. Okay. And again, the orange was further confirmed because of the color black and the Halloween symbolism here, and the predicted death of Paul Simon the day before Halloween and all of that. Now, Trump is from New York City. Coppola had 90% of the movie filmed in New York City and its suburbs. There are over 120 different locations in New York City used. Trump will die 12 weeks after the Tropicana was demolished and the Tropicana roof was ripped off, and Milton hit the orange growing state and ripped the roof off of the Tropicana Stadium. What I didn't know at the time of writing this is that this date is also 12 days after Coppola's $120 million bust. So, in other words, again, the movie was known for having been made in New York City and known for using over 120 New York City locations. And that's just more confirmation of the $120 million movie that was 12 days before the Milton hit the beaches and all of that, and that's in turn 12 weeks before the death of President Trump, the Orange Man. Yeah, how much more amazing do you want it to be? The Godfather also takes place in Las Vegas. The brother is sheltered by Mo Green. Green is another color. On the day of the gold mine and Milton over the orange growing region on 10/10, the basketball president was in Pittsburgh and Dan Green retired. Green, number 14, one of the four who won championships with 3 teams. This is 14 weeks and 4 days before Green is predicted to shoot Barack Obama in the head. So this is a different subject. This is because it all overlaps. But yeah, Mo Green is a big part of the movie, The Godfather, and God is using this to connect to the date it is predicted that Marjorie Taylor Greene will shoot Barack Obama in the head on the day of his inauguration, on the January 20th. Okay, and also on 10/10, Ethel Kennedy died, which is perfect because of the connections that these signs point to. The death of Paul Simon, who will die right before Jimmy Carter, which will also be a Washington, D.C. funeral event thing. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I've finished explaining all of this now. If you've watched it all the way through, you are hopefully amazed, and the thing to do now is to share this video and tell them to watch the whole video. And it isn't an option. I don't want to be, disciplinary here sounding, but this is the truth. It's not an option. You need to work diligently to spread this video, and it is a bag of gold, and Jesus warned Christians that do nothing with their bag of gold would be banished to hell. All right, so these predictions are from God, and you are privileged to know about these predictions and what God has done here with these prophetic signs. You are obligated to share this. It's not, okay, so you get it. Also, if you're not convinced for some reason, read Ezekiel chapter 3 and 33. The warning to the people, the watchmen that do nothing with the information. All right, it's a serious warning, and it shouldn't have to be a serious warning. One who loves the Lord and loves His signs and what He does should want to be sharing this video anyway. I just I mention this to because I fear that there are a lot of people that don't take it seriously, that they need to do something with this. Okay. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. In the last days, many people who claim to be a follower of Christ will have spiritual experiences that are in reality demonic. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the BitChute.com or the Odyssey.com channel. And do it now in case you aren't able to later.